All right, are we good? So we will continue with our agenda. Um, I don't have any announcements for tonight other than we will hopefully go through this meeting as respectfully as we've gone through other meetings. We look forward to hearing from people at the regular board meeting. And with that, I'm going to go directly to discussion items. And I'm going to ask Carol Thompson for her presentation regarding the sewer rate study. And do we have someone from Baker Tilly on Zoom?
Yes. So Baker Tilly completed our sewer rate study for us this year, and Ryan is here from Baker Tilly to walk through the study with you. This is your opportunity to ask any questions that you have, and then the resolution to implement the new rates will come up in the regular board meeting.
Wonderful, thank you.
So Ryan, if you're ready, go ahead.
All right, thanks everyone. I'll go ahead and share my screen and just pull the report up. I'll start with just a brief overview of kind of how we go about the rate study. And I'll jump into a few of the schedules just to summarize what the results were and then open it up for any questions, or happy to dive into anything deeper. But so this year we have the test year 2026 rate study. We do the sewer rate study annually. So when you're looking at that, you're forecasting out costs and revenues for a test year. So we align up that test year as 2026, as that's when the rates will be in effect. But there's really three parts to this rate study. Your first one is your revenue requirement. So I'll go ahead and jump over to schedule 1, which really summarizes kind of the overall results. The purpose of the revenue requirement is to forecast out what your expenses are going to be and design your revenues, to cover those expenses. Your revenue requirement, if you look down on the bottom half of this schedule, and I'll zoom in a little bit if I can, outlines what your forecasted operating and principal payments and things like that are. So you can see your operating expenses here. And I'll touch on this a bit later in the discussion as well, but the sewer utility has two rates. If you recall, the first rate is referred to the village rate that covers the village charges. And then there's a separate rate for the Madison Metro Sewerage District treatment charges. So again, when we get to some of the later schedules, I'll show you how that's split out. You do have routine cash additions here, which are unborrowed for, and then your principal and interest payments that are covered as well. So that details out what your revenue requirement is, and then the upper half here is what the forecasted revenue is. So at the end of the day, what we're adjusting for rates are what we can control up here to make sure that your forecasted revenues are sufficient to cover your expenses in that revenue requirement. So you see here we have a overall percentage increase needed of just 1.69% overall. And again, that weighs differently between those two rates. So I'll dive into that in a couple minutes. The second part of the rate study is the cost of service study, which I'll jump up to schedule 8, I believe. Summarizes that and kind of at a detailed level. But what the cost of service does is it takes that revenue requirement and it allocates it out to different customer classes. I think all your customer classes receive the same rate, but it splits it out by type. And probably most importantly, it splits it out by what would be your volume charge versus your fixed charge to customers. So it puts it into those two main buckets, which really drives kind of between those two what the rate is going to be. And the schedules following this are in pretty good detail, but they split out, by line item what your expenses are and what weight they have as a volume versus a customer or fixed charge. And then lastly, I'm just going to jump to the last page. It summarizes this. The rate calculations themselves are in the schedules before, and I'm happy to jump into those if needed. But I think this schedule does a good job of laying out what the impact is to the rates. So the top half just splits it out by customer class and what your average customer might be, which this overall, again, the overall impact to an average customer is just 63 cents per billing, which is 1.4% of their current bill. And the impact to the rates themselves are shown as below. So I mentioned the village rate is its separate rate here, and you'll see the percentage change being proposed here for the volume rate is 3.5 and on for the fixed charges. On the MMSD side, you'll see that there's no proposed change to the rates. We have a schedule that details out the MMSD treatment charges, but essentially what's happening this year is MMSD plans to increase their rates for 2026 by less than 2%, which I think if you were to look back at the last few years, that's probably the lowest increase that you've seen over the years. This is Schedule 7 that outlines the MMSD charges. Yeah, their rate increased 1.3%.
Call to order. Call to order. There's no talking in the audience, and anybody who is talking needs to go out.
Yeah, as I mentioned, so the rate for the MMSD rate only increased 1.3% this year, but really that's been offset by a forecasted slight decrease in volume. So the way that we've historically forecasted what the volume to be treated by MMSD is on a 3-year average. So in certain years, you might have a year dropping out of that average. That was a wetter year that more rain is entering the system and being treated, versus a dry year coming on. You'd see a slight decrease in forecasted treatment. So the increase that MMSD's increasing their rates by is offset by that forecasted decrease in average volume. So management in this case elected just to leave the rate the same. And that's why you're seeing no change at the bottom of this last schedule. So with that, I know there's a lot of information in this report and a lot of data within it. So I'm happy to take a pause and answer any specific questions you have or open it up to anything else.
Are there any questions from the board? Yes, Brad.
I think I saw that there was 100,000 in proposed capital expenditures. Is that
Yep.
correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Is that not budgeted separately through capital through the village, or is that just separated out to this specifically?
Yeah, good question. So I think it's still budgeted through capital, but there's 2 different ways you can recover capital costs through a rate study. The first one would be depreciation. So any capital asset, whether it's budgeted for, borrowed for, used cash on hand, goes into that calculation. This study is performed on the cash basis. So you'll see that instead of depreciation, on the very bottom of that revenue requirement of Schedule 1 here is your principal and interest payments. So that $100,000 of capital costs is really just an estimate of what capital goes into capital assets during 2026 that's paid for with cash on hand, so that you're recovering those costs still.
Brad, did that answer your question? Okay. Any other questions? So what is the bottom line for our ratepayers in terms of cost for the new rates?
Basically, it would be this $47,000, which is basically the deficiency you would have, or the shortfall you'd have if you didn't do anything to rates at all.
But that's not per household. What are we talking about per household?
Yeah, per household on the very last schedule here shows what the monthly impact would be. So that's to the average residential customer, you have 63 cents per month. So, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions, Jan?
So the MMSD, those rates are not going up this year, correct?
Those, yeah, the rates that you're charging your customers for MMSD treatment are not changing this year. And they're
And the-
not proposed to change.
And the last time that DeForest took an increase, was that 2017?
No, that's not true. We did increase volume charges last year, but we have not increased our meter charges in 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
So
Okay, any other questions? Okay. Well, if there's no other questions, we will wait for the resolution in the regular village board meeting. Thank you, Ryan, for the presentation. It helped to have someone go through the report. So thank you.
Certainly. Thank you all.
All right. We will then go on to updates, and I would have an administration update from Bill Chang.
Yeah, so as you know, we are currently negotiating a cooperative plan between the town of Westport, the village of DeForest, village of Wanakee, cities of Middleton and Madison. We are at the final drafting stage, and so town of Westport is looking for a public hearing date. They've proposed February 11th, which is a Wednesday at 6:30. So if you could let me know if you'd be available to attend. The objective is to at least get one member of the board. Of course, we can have more. Again, 6:30 on Wednesday, February 11th. That will be at the town of Westport. Al told me we need a quorum of the board.
What did he say?
We would need a quorum of the board, so at least 4.
Okay. I can be there. All right, finance update, Carol.
just wanted to give you a reminder, there is in the next step of our water rate study, there is a public hearing the PSC is putting on January 22nd. So just a reminder that that's coming up if anyone's interested.
Okay. Anything else from you, Carol? All right, thank you. All right, Police Department, Chief Olson.
Yeah, just a couple things. Saturday is our 8th Winter Wonderland community event. We're looking forward to it. It's for children with intellectual disabilities and special needs and their families, kind of building a stronger relationship with the members of the police department so we can help those families when they're in times of crisis. So we're looking forward to that. And then an update in December, I talked briefly about an increase in retail theft cases that we're experiencing. We launched Operation Holiday Presence, PRESENCE, not TS, a little play on words. Nice, tried. But really good success. As a matter of fact, the first stop on the operation that was there, Officer O'Connell made a stop of somebody who had just stole something from one of our retail theft before they even realized the store did. So we recovered probably in excess of $10,000 of stolen property during the course of the 8 or 9 deployment days on top of just on-shift deployments. So pretty successful. And we've already started planning for future usage.
Thank you. Good work. Can you ask people in the entryway to quiet down? Thank you. All right, public service update. Judd.
Yep. If you guys could pass a resolution for the snow and or precipitation to stop every other day, that'd be great. I don't know if that'll carry any weight anywhere, but our proud of our guys doing all their work though to keep the roads as open and trails open as we can and ice free. So we've been battling that. Sounds like maybe more snow this weekend. We've been doing a lot of natural resource work. Corcus is our natural resources group that we work with, and they've been doing a lot of invasive treatment of buckthorn, cutting that stuff and moving it around. And they may have some burn days as well coming up that will happen, but so otherwise it's just we've been dealing with snow and or other things. So that's it.
And you guys, I saw Christmas trees being ground up on my block today. So
Yeah, they're out collecting trees. They were out like, it was a surprise. We had snow, right? The 26th, I think it was. Like the day after Christmas, we had to move some snow around and there was already trees at the curb. Some people are Christmas
I
over.
don't know, my neighbor threw theirs out Christmas Eve and I was like, huh. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Judd. Community development update, Alex Salon.
Just an update from the CDA. So you'll notice at the corner of V and Main Street, the demolition has been completed on those properties. The fence has come down. We will likely get a new construction fence up there in the coming months. This week we'll have some drilling on site to do further environmental investigations. So if anybody asks you, why are there drills operating on site? That's what that's about.
All right, thank you. Administrative services update, Callie. All right. Recreation and community enrichment update, Sam Fredrickson.
Yeah, just a quick update. Between after the holidays, usually a busier time for us. So this week and next week, we have about like 25 plus programs starting up during that timeline. So kind of busy with that. And then also working on the spring summer guide. That's something we're really getting ahead of because that's going to be releasing here in February. So working on that, planning a lot of stuff for 2026. And then we're hosting some of the travel basketball teams this weekend, for the first weekend of hosting. And that's kind of what's been keeping us busy.
Where do they host the basketball?
We host it all over at the middle school.
Okay, great. Wonderful. All right, well, we've moved through this agenda pretty quickly. So I would ask if there's any other business that lawfully comes before this body. If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn the work session. And after we adjourn this session, we will take a break, and at 6 we will begin the village board meeting.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The meeting is adjourned at 5:18 p.m. So. We'll call the meeting of the village board to order at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, January 6th, 2026. It's a new year. Happy New Year, everyone. I would note or ask Callie to note roll call. I would ask Brad to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, I have a few announcements. I want to remind everyone that this is a business meeting and it requires that everybody show respect for one another and be civil. There'll be no cheering, there'll be no noise, there'll be no clapping, there'll be no getting up and down and going in and out of the meeting. If you're in here, you're in here. If not, please don't get up and down and disrupt people. If you're signed up to speak, we will call your name as they come up, and you can come up to the front table, turn on the microphone, and speak for 3 minutes. We're glad that you're all here. We're glad to hear from you. But we do require that we all treat this as an important business meeting of the Village of DeForest. If for some reason it gets a bit rowdy, we will ask people to leave. If it still gets rowdy, I'll adjourn the meeting. So it's important that you all behave, and I appreciate it. I know sometimes it's easy to get excited about an issue, and I'm just going to have to ask that we not get too excited and that we get through our business meeting. With that, I would move to the consent agenda. I would like to begin by asking if anybody has any items that they want to separate. If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is item 6, presentations. This is a presentation regarding financial impacts of proposed QTS data center. And we have Bill Chang, Carol Thompson, and Kayla, you want to introduce yourself from Ellers, or Carol, you can introduce her.
Yeah, so I can start out here. As you know, there's a memo in your packet that basically just explains that village staff has been working with representatives from Ellers to go through an analysis of the financial impact of what bringing a data center into the community could do. So we are just here to kind of go through that. I'll let Kayla go through her presentation, and then we can kind of talk a little bit about some of the final numbers that are noted in the memo. I just want to remind everybody that obviously this presentation is based on a lot of assumptions. So we've realized this probably isn't how it will actually pan out, but based on the assumptions as we know right now, we did the best we could to come up with an analysis to give you an idea of how this could impact us financially. So this is Kayla from Ellers.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? My name is Kayla Thorpe. I'm a municipal advisor with Ellers Public Finance Advisors. We serve as the village's finance advisor for things related to debt issuance, economic development, planning, and so on and so forth. We were specifically engaged by the village to provide a preliminary fiscal impact analysis for the QTS development and what that could potentially mean for the village's tax rate, and then a preliminary look at the all-in tax rate with all of the other taxing jurisdictions through the build out of what we are calling the first kind of wave or phase of the proposed developments with what we know now. Like Carol mentioned, it is built on a number of assumptions. I will walk through the methodology of how we came up with those assumptions, what they are, and kind of our methodology for putting together the projections that we have. Our objective in this is to really review the financial trends and strengths of the village in the past financial performance, both on the general fund side, but all of the funds supported by the general property tax levy. We will then project forward a long-range levy forecast that incorporates all of the levy-supported funds. And our goal at this is try to determine a stress test of the levy. Really, we take a number of assumptions and we'll go through those on the expenditure side for the trends of what the village's general fund and levy supported fund expenditures are. And then we really hold all other non-property tax revenue sources flat to get an understanding that if our expenditures continue to rise, what is going to be the general property tax levy needed to support our operations. That's critical to get an understanding because then we can determine what a assessment ratio or assessment level is, and then what a tax rate is, and then apply some assumptions for QTS and get an understanding of what would be the long-term tax rate with the QTS development and without the QTS development. So we will walk through both scenarios here today. We've analyzed, equalized, and assessed values to determine those tax rate implications. And like I said, these are very conservative estimates based off of what we know now. A lot of these items are still under discussion in negotiations. And so it's really kind of a snapshot in time of what we know now. As things progress, and if they progress, these analyses will be updated with more accurate reflections of where any type of negotiations are in time. Our goal today is to educate and provide context to you, to continue to have these conversations and to have the context of what the financial implications could be as you go along the journey of your decision-making process in this development. I just want to kind of start with levy limits and other statutory guidelines. So we're all starting kind of with the base understanding of the municipal levy and the restrictions placed on it. Statute 660602 of statutes limits the ability of a municipality to increase its property tax levy equal to the percentage of net new construction, which is just that. It's the value of improvements added, net of those removed, in an annual basis, or zero if there is none. So this is where we come up with the philosophy of that the municipal property tax rate cannot increase outside of net new construction. There are a number of different exemptions available to municipalities across the state. The number one allowed and taken exemption is the Line E exemption, which is for general obligation debt. You are allowed to exempt 100% of your principal and interest payments on an annual basis for all of your general obligation debt. So that net new construction factor is your base levy increase, and then your allowable levy increase on an annual basis that fluctuates is that GO debt payment, because in the calculation of the next year's levy limit, that drops off. I have replicated the levy limit worksheet, so we will work through that to get an understanding just of those mechanics. But the general understanding is that there is no ability for the municipality to increase the property tax levy outside of that net new construction. The levy limits and net new construction apply to all municipalities in the state. Fortunately, the village is in a growing position and has had a strong new construction period over the last 5 years. It has an average of 5.66%. That is that 5-year average, where Dane County as a whole's 5-year average is 2.4%. There is also a limit to the general obligation of borrowing capacity. Statutes limit the ability of the municipality to borrow outstanding principal that is not in excess of 5% of the TIDIN equalized value. So you're limited to that amount. Currently, the village utilizes very low or has low utilization of their debt capacity, currently at 5% of that 5% value, which remains a $133 million borrowing capacity available to the village. So very strong and healthy capacity available to the village as well. Next, we'll kind of dive into what goes and makes up the village property tax levy. It's the general and operational funds, which are subject to levy limits. Capital funding, cash funding capital through the property tax levy is also subject to levy limits. Special revenue funds, which in the village's case are the Community and Senior Center, the Recreation Fund, and the Events and Promotion Fund. Those are also subject to levy limits. And like I mentioned before, the general obligation debt service paid through the debt service fund is not subject to levy limits and is exempted on line E of the levy limit worksheet. I'm going to now jump into some equalized and assessed value projections, both with and without QTS, to get an understanding of the scope of the project, the potential build out schedule, and when those values will come online. There's a number of key assumptions we've taken into account for this. For the village growth, we've just taken a 5-year history of both the net new construction and natural economic appreciation of property values. To remain conservative, we've discounted that 5-year average by 25% to project forward, to get an understanding that even if we slow down a little bit, slower than we've been in the past 5 years to the tune of 25%, what can we reasonably expect our natural economic appreciation and our standard growth, not taking into account this development, what could that be moving forward? We project that forward on both a TID in and a TID out basis. The reason why we're doing that on a both TID in and TID out basis is all 8 of the village's TID districts are expected to close within the scope of this analysis. This analysis projects taxes and levies through 2041. And so all 8 of the TID districts are expected to close within that time. We've built those closure years in and the assumption as well as the levy limit adjustment accordingly. And I will kind of illustrate this all for you when we take a look at the levy limit worksheet. We've then built out what the QTS build out is as of now. Right now, it is a 4-year build out. The total equalized value is based off a percentage of total construction costs. It is not a dollar for dollar realization of what the developer pays to construct the facility as what it will be valued at as an equalized basis. There is a fraction of what that construction cost is to what the actual taxable or equalized value of that facility is. And that goes for all construction within your community. And then there's an assessment ratio model that we use as a fluctuating assessment ratio based off of a biannual revaluation that the village does. The 4-year average of assessment ratio is 94.8%. So whatever your market value is of any building, whether it's manufacturing, industrial, commercial, residential, the 4-year average of assessment to full value is 94.8%, and the village is due for revaluation in 2026. To give you an understanding of TID closures and when those things will come online, there's also an understanding of construction year versus valuation year versus budget year, just to set that level playing field, to get an understanding of when you see shovels in the ground or when you see things close, when they're going to come online for taxable value. Things constructed within 2025 will be valued as of 1/1/26. So everything that you saw constructed last year will have its value as of last week. That value is then calculated taxes to fund the 2027 budget. So there's that 2-year lag between when we're seeing shovels in the ground or when we see things change to when the village will, and other taxing jurisdictions will actually take in property tax revenue related to that. The same philosophy is with the TIDs. Tonight, there was a resolution to close TID district number 3. If you close a TID district prior to April 15th of that budget year, that value comes back online as of that budget year. So given that TID 3 is being closed tonight, the value will be online as of 1/1/27. That will then be factored into your tax rate calculation for 1/1/27. It'll be online as of 1/1/26. If you close a district after April 15th, it then comes online the following year. So some of these are all based off of their creation date. So some of them are as of first half of the year, some are as of second half of the year. So that's kind of why we see things staggered and split up. But getting an understanding of when that valuation will come online, in the dollar amount it will come online, and then what budget that goes to fund. We wanted to just give everybody a base understanding of what that will happen. Fortunately, all of the village's existing districts are successful and are expected to close with significant value that will come online. So one thing that is to be cognizant of is why we wanted to show you both with QTS and without QTS is there are going to be significant impacts to the value and the tax rate just because of the TID closures. That amount of value coming online will have an impact on the village's value and related tax rate. There is a levy limit adjustment for a TID closure. And again, I'll walk through that. It's a half of the value of the district as a percentage of equalized value. There's a one-time adjustment for that, and we show that in our analysis. To get an understanding kind of the TID out projections without QTS, like I said, we replicate the statement of changes in statement of changes in equalized value from the Department of Revenue that is released every year. And those account for kind of 3 buckets of values that go into affecting the village's overall equalized value. And that is TID closures. And so we've mapped out the TID closures. That is new construction, or that's that net new construction here, which we are projecting forward at that discounted rate on a TID out basis of 3.49% annually, which in 27 we're projected to be about $67 million through the end of the life of the analysis, about $263 million in new construction, not taking into account the development we're here tonight for. And then about 4.66% in economic change. Again, a significant amount that results in about anywhere from 9 to 15% annual changes in your TID out EV. You are in a growing area, in a desirable area to live. We are seeing this in the Metro Madison area to begin with. And so while these projections are very conservative still, they're discounted again from your 25% from your 5-year history. They are still healthy growth factors that the village should be proud and appreciate that there's still value coming online regardless of any new development. We will then build in the development assumptions for QTS with construction starting in 2027, potentially. And again, to highlight 2027 construction means a valuation year of 2028, which means a revenue year of 2029. And so I will continue to kind of hammer that home just so an understanding of there will be no immediate impact the second you see a shovel in ground. There is that 2-year lag between construction and valuation. There's an assumption that the first construction year will have about 2 million square feet constructed, and the following 2 years will be 1,900 square feet. And the third year will have some small wrap up of about 400,000 square feet for an equalized value of about 1.25 or $1.2 billion for those developments over those 4 construction years. Applying the current assessment ratio, that would assess out to about $1.19 billion of assessed value added onto your tax rolls. Because this is not in a TID district, this will have the immediate ability to come on the tax rolls. This will not be, that increment is not part of this conversation like we would talk about in a taxed increment district. That's an immediate onto the tax rolls, an immediate benefit to the overall tax rate. Building in QTS and understanding of when those values will come online, getting an understanding that kind of the 5-year history of net new construction within the village is 3.49%. Alone, that first year will be a 17.8%. Again, these are projections based off of what we know now. And then kind of 13 and 10 and 1 after that. So building that all in, you'll see those revenue years of 29 through 33 really have large jumps in values. And that really is combination of one, the TID district closures are kind of jumped into that time frame as well, but also the significant value coming online related to the QTS development. I'm now going to run through a 15-year levy projection, and I'm kind of setting the story of what is the values going to be, what is the village's property tax levy going to be during this time, and what's that going to equate to on a property tax rate. To do that and get an understanding that some of these things are down the line and get an understanding of once this entire build out is done, for what we know now, along with the TID closures, we needed to do this 15-year projection. And like was mentioned, it is built on a number of assumptions. They are very conservative based off of the past financial performance of the village, but are also have the ability to be tweaked at any point in time should anything change. And so we've reviewed these with your staff to get an understanding of what could be expected moving forward, and then an understanding of what we see kind of statewide as far as trends in expenses. And so we've applied a number of year-over-year assumptions for your expenditures within your levy-supported funds, so anything supported by property tax levy, and we've grouped them into a number of kind of categories. Commodities at 3% year-over-year increases, employee insurances at 8% year-over-year, your property and liability insurance at 4%, services at 4%, and then wages at 4%. Remember, this is expenditures, not revenues. This does take a little bit of a broader brush to these expenditures, but it's our best kind of way to not get into the weeds too much of, well, police department, paper versus village hall paper costs. We kind of just take these buckets to give us an understanding of a approach to move forward. And then on the non-property tax revenue side, we held most all non-property tax revenues flat to get an understanding of what would be the demand on the property tax levy. The two things we did account for increases for are transportation aids and state shared revenues, mostly due to the legislation change. There are some expected increases in those. We understand that all the other non-property tax revenues may fluctuate up or down, permit revenues, new special fees, copies, kind of all of those bartenders licenses type things may fluctuate, but to get an understanding of where the demand on the levy is going to be, we held them flat. Again, and then we solved against budgeted expenditures, net of non-levy revenues to determine our property tax levy. The current village CIP ends in 2031. We have built out the regular debt issuances through that time to fund the capital improvement plan. Our assumption moving past 2031, since our analysis goes to 2041, is that the village will continue to borrow at its current rate to fund the CIP. And so while those have other funded portions of it, utility pieces that will pay their own portion of it, we're assuming that the general fund or the road type projects, your general property tax liability projects, will continue at the current pace that they are at today. I know this is very small. This is, in the blue here is budget 2026 for your general fund, and then 27 through 2041 to get an understanding of what your general fund only will be. Your general fund expenditures and revenues in 2026 are budgeted for just over $10.3 million. We have about 6 to 7, or I should say 5 to 7% annual increases in that revenue and expenditures year over year. So by 2041, the reasonable expectation or the conservative expectation is that the village's revenues and expenditures for the general fund will be just over $20.2 million, which is about, after the current CIP ends, about 5% or 6% annual increases, which is in line with the village's trends traditionally. But that has a lot to do with non-property tax revenues as well. And that is without QTS, so I didn't. This is the full levy summary with QTS. Now we're taking into account the general fund, in which we just reviewed, the debt service levy to fund the general obligation debt payments, your capital levy. You do have a piece of property tax levy that cash funds capital every year, your community and senior center levy, and your recreation events and promotional levies. Those are all the pieces of the village's portion of the property tax levy that are divvied up to provide those services. So in 2026, your property tax levy was $10.4 million, which was about a 7% increase in total levy over the prior year. Those major fluctuations are almost 100% attributable to the debt service levy changes, because that's really the only major levy change you can have in a year. There are some upcoming debt service levy changes, mainly in 27. But an expectation that between 4 and 8% annual increases to 2041 of a property tax levy, all in without this development, of about $21.6 million. Taking into account with QTS, and now there is, at least what is the expectation as of now, is there will be very little to no service level changes, staffing additions, or service changes related to the development. And so most of this analysis, the levies remain relatively constant. There are two significant variations between the with QTS analysis and the without QTS analysis. One of those is the fire district funding formula. On the expense side, the fire district formula is based off of equalized value. So even without the QTS development, the village's contribution to the fire district is going to increase based off of the TID closures. And then with the QTS development, it will increase at a more rapid rate because the significant value coming online. That is accounted for in the with QTS analysis. And in both situations, the village will be disqualified from the expenditure restraint program. The expenditure restraint program is a program in which the state incentivizes municipalities to limit their year-over-year growth in expenses. But to qualify for that, your tax rate needs to be at least $5 per thousand. In both our situations with QTS and without QTS, the village at some point in time will dip below $5 per thousand, which will automatically disqualify you from the program. I've built both of those assumptions in, and I have a summary which outlines in which years that will happen. So getting an understanding that the full levy summary with QTS by 2041 is about $2.6 million or $21.8 million by 2041, the full levy summary, including all levy supported funds. And again, highlighting the red line here is the delineation mark of when the village's current CIP ends and the current debt structure that we know and have built out ends. And then those debt levies moving forward are the assumption that, one, the village will continue to borrow at its current rate for CIP, and we will continue to structure the debt at the same way. The village structures all of its debt to amortize over 10 years. So getting an understanding that those are the assumptions moving forward based off of the past practices of the village. And some key points I wanted to point out about the levy projection. Both projections include wages and benefits that were previously allocated to the TID districts. We've accounted for those dumps in both projections, meaning that you have staff time, planning time, and other administrative time that is currently allocated to each of your 8 taxing jurisdictions or taxing increment jurisdictions, so that those buckets are paying for their proportional staff time dedicated to that. The assumption is that all of that time will come back to the general fund and then fall on the general fund burden. We've accounted for that in both situations here. that we are expecting very few service changes or additions expected to the QTS development, so it does not have a great fluctuation one way or another on expenses and revenues. Both projections include that disqualification from the expenditure restraint program. Without QTS, I'm projecting that will happen in the 2033 budget year, and with QTS, that will happen in the 2031 budget year. So within the next kind of timeframe looking forward, that will happen. I've also built in that the water utility pilot payment will increase about $100,000 annually due to QTS. That pilot payment is basically a payment in lieu of taxes. The tax value of the infrastructure of the water utility, they still pay a tax to the general fund. So that's a general fund revenue. And that the village's share of the fire district funding formula will increase with QTS as well. This is where we kind of get into that projected levy and the allowable levy and kind of where those gaps are. This is a direct replication of the levy limit worksheet. I've hid all of there's like 20 different exemptions. I've hid them because the village does not regularly utilize those. The two that are regularly utilized is the increased for annexed lands and the general obligation debt exemption. And so how this practice works, just to give everybody kind of the general background, is this is the 25 levy for 26 budget actual levy limit worksheet. In the calculation of the 2027 budget levy limit worksheet, the process is that you take your prior year's allowable levy, so the $10.41 million, you subtract out from that what you levied in the prior year for general obligation debt, and you get your base levy. So while the village's property tax levy in 2026 was $10.4 million, only $8 million of that is base levy. That then is applied net new construction and TID closures. So you don't get to apply those increases to what you levied for debt in the prior year. That is netted out of your base levy, and then you apply that net new construction and TID closures. And so for the TID 3 TID closure, you will get about a 0.8% EV benefit, which is about a $70,000 levy limit adjustment for that. That is a one-time adjustment, and that is built into your base moving forward. We have structured that out for all the tax increment district closures. TID 3 is the smallest of those, and so you will see that there's a greater benefit as some of those larger taxing jurisdictions or taxing increment jurisdictions close. We then apply the net new construction value moving forward. And so that allows you basically on a net new construction basis to increase your property tax levy by $342,000 annually. And so this is where we start to provide the perspective of where net new construction doesn't keep up with the cost of inflation. We're seeing 8% increases in our levy need every year, but we're only allowed to increase our property tax levy really by 4.2%. And this is the conservative projection. This is 25% discounted or $342,000. You then get to add in what you need to pay debt that year, and you get to your total allowable levy. In this situation without QTS, our goal was to stress the levy and see where we're starting to run into levy pressure. And I'm projecting that the village will run into levy pressure. And I'm not saying that this will happen. This is a may happen should no other circumstances change. The village may run into levy pressure as soon as 2028 or as soon as 2029. The village has been able to manage this. One, there is levy capacity that is not utilized right now to the full line E. And so while you are only levying $2.3 million on an exempted basis, your actual general obligation debt payments are more than that. So you still have that levy capacity ability built in within your budget. There are also the odd years out where you will have more net new construction. Your net new construction for 2026 was 7.88%. As well as abated debt capacity. So there are tools and mechanisms available to the village to mitigate this. And these are dollar amounts in which at this time don't really concern me because this is really the doomsday scenario is if we don't take in another penny from non-property tax revenue, do we have the ability or what is our property tax levy revenue need? And so this is really just to paint that illustration of when you could run into levy pressure if this development did not happen. Now, taking in this exact same picture with QTS, you will see in those years in which we're projecting the value to come online, there is more significant net new construction. And that's really where we start to talk about the direct benefit to the taxpayers and to village operations related to the value coming online of the development. Where without the QTS development, the village would only be able to increase its property tax levy about 4.2%, or that $340,000. During the height of the build out of just the kind of the situation we're looking at today, the village would be able to increase its property tax levy about $1.4 million to $1.3 million during those first 2 years. Now that's important for a number of things. One, the proportional increase in that levy, and we'll see this in a couple slides, related to the amount of value coming online, is going to have a decrease in taxes. So even though that the village will be taking in more property tax dollars, that levy is spread out a lot or over a lot more value, therefore decreasing the property tax rate overall for all taxpayers. And so we would then be projecting just a property tax surplus, a levy surplus, meaning to fund your operations in this case, we're not even projecting that you need to take your base allowable levy. This presents the village with a number of strategic options available to you to stabilize the levy long-term, meaning the decades that follow the full build-out of the QTS development, and really prolonging any large increases that may be associated kind of once that pool of net new construction moves out, and the ability to buy down debt faster and reduce the overall village's debt burden. These will obviously be discussed as this discussion progresses, but with the QTS development, it provides the village with a unique opportunity to really stabilize property taxes for potentially decades to come. And those additional levy amounts are really reflected on the bottom red line, in which we are only projecting that the village would need about $14 million in 2032 to fund its budgets and levies. But you could levy up to about $17 million. And so that $2 million would be that property tax stabilization or buying down the debt related to the current outstanding debt obligations. The key takeaways on this, and some of these I've already highlighted, is that without QTS, the village may encounter levy capacity pressure. That is not a unique situation. We do these type analysis not for this specific kind of development, but through our financial management planning mechanism for many municipalities out the state. And every single one of them at one point in time is going to run into levy pressure. We are now 21 years into levy limits, and every cut, nick, savings has been made. And so there's only so many opportunities to increase your property tax levy. And so in all of these situations across the state, we project levy capacity pressure. The key on that is that our assumptions are very conservative. Our assumption is that you're not going to take in another penny of non-property tax revenue, but our ability to kind of foresee and foreshadow those issues is the goal through this. But then also getting the context of, again, in a situation where we have this amount of value coming online, what could be the benefit with no other property tax dollars coming in the door, non-property tax levy coming in the door. Our analysis shows a potential levy surplus cumulatively throughout the analysis of $17.8 million. This could be levied and placed in a separate fund to stabilize future levies and reduce borrowing for capital projects, as well as buying down debt. Those are strategies that would be authorized by the governing body, discussed at length, but it's just kind of that high level overview of showing you at least how this could affect village operations and sustain property tax increases moving forward. I'm now going to break this down into assessed values and local tax rate. We've been talking about equalized values. Equalized values kind of determine what that net new construction is, but the tax bill that you receive in the mail annually has an assessed value on it. And so we are going to talk about how we've made our assumptions for that. I've made some pretty broad projections on an all-in tax rate, so all of the other taxing jurisdictions, and I'll run through that as well. And so we've got the actual budget years and value years of past history of equalized values versus assessed values, and kind of what that meant on a TID in and TID out basis, as well as projecting forward what those assessment ratios could be, and then what those TID out assessed values are going to be. And so the village does commit to biannual revaluations. And so in those off years of revaluations, I'm showing that the property assessment ratio is going to dip. That's going to happen. What that amount is really up to kind of the market fluctuations at any point in time. But it's really based off of kind of the history of what has dipped to. So in 2024 value, 2025 budget, the assessment ratio for the village was 96.7%. This most recent valuation and budget year dipped to 92. And so with a 26 reval, I'm projecting it'll go up to 97 and that's going to dip back to 93, kind of that fluctuation we see annually. And then that has that direct correlation on the TID out assessed value. We wanted to kind of show you what the value change is due to the TID closures and the net new construction, and then what the year over year assessed value change is because of that. And this really is poignant to show you that your assessed valuation is still going to have significant changes due to the level of net new construction outside of the QTS development and the significant TID closures that are projected to happen. And so in the height of the TID closures, we're showing that your assessed value is going to change, projected to be about 19.5% without anything on the QTS development. That, again, will have a direct correlation on the tax rate to the tax-paying residents and businesses. To kind of get an understanding of the household average or the average household impact without QTS, as you are accustomed to seeing throughout your budget process, we really boil that down to what is the percentage increase related to growth and what is the percentage increase related to market value, and then how does that boil down to the non-growth percentage of property tax levy and rate. And so this percentage change in TID out takes into account both net new construction and the TID closures, and the market adjustments. In the odd years, you will see odd years, you'll see large adjustments. That's because you're basically bringing your assessed value back up to market rate with your revaluation. And these are just inflationary rate adjustments at the 3.37%. I'm showing that in 2026, your most recent budget year, the tax bills that just went out, your local tax rate only was $5.86. With the TID 3 TID closure, I'm projecting that could drop to $5.46 next year, all the way down without QTS to about $2.71 by 2041. And then you'll see kind of those year over year fluctuations due to the market only adjustment. There are fluctuations kind of negative and positive throughout those, and those are directly correlated to the debt service levy changes. There are some jumps and dips in the debt service levy. Again, those are projections based off of kind of our estimates. Our goal when we structure debt for the village is to flatline that as much as possible and avoid any peaks and valleys. But right now, these are our best projections. And so the takeaway on this is that our understanding based off of just the TID closures and the market revals for the village, along with the conservative approach to growth right now, we could see the property tax levy by 2041 decreasing from $5.86 to $2.71 per thousand. We will now walk through the same approach on an assessed value with QTS. Same approach on the assessment ratio, fluctuating year to year because of the biannual revaluation. Obviously, with the new growth coming online, we see large fluctuations in the TID out assessed value, and really to the benefit or the kind of doubling up. A lot of these TID closures happen at the same time or will be coming online at the same time. And so at the height of the build out of QTS, along with the TID closures, we can see about a 31% increase in your assessed value, really sustaining for a number of years before it dips a little again and then comes up because of the remaining TID closures. And so a TID out assessed value by the end of the district or at the end of our analysis of about $10.8 million with QTS as opposed to $7.9 million without QTS, or I should say $7.9 billion without QTS and $10 billion with QTS. Boiling that down again to that average household impact, and understanding of what is due to growth and what is due to market adjustments. In this situation, all of it is really due to growth because of QTS and the TID closures and your net new construction. And so with QTS, by the end of the analysis, we are projecting that the tax rate could drop from $5.86 to $2.02 per thousand. To give you kind of the snapshot of, well, what does that mean and kind of what is that year over year? This is just the comparison of the local only mill rate with QTS and without QTS. So there's about a $69 or 69-cent variance by the end of the life of the district, but in the life of the analysis, but in the height of the analysis, the variance between the tax rate with QTS and without QTS could be potentially $1.23 per thousand. And so kind of multiplying that out on if you do the math in your head on your average homes, that is a pretty significant change in the local only tax rate. And now understanding that this value is going to come online for all of your taxing jurisdictions and their levies adjusting accordingly, we've kind of projected that forward as well. These projections, I'm going to start on the second slide, are based off of some very broad strokes. And I want to paint that picture because, one, the school district is performing their own independent analysis on this because they are the largest taxing jurisdiction on the tax bill. And so their fluctuations in their levy are going to have probably the most direct impact, and really outside of them doing their own analysis and get an understanding of how their funding works. We've just painted a broad picture of their average change year over year. The school district funding formula is different than how municipalities are funded. They are funded on a per pupil basis of equalized value. So the higher the equalized value goes without any new students, they're going to receive less state aids. Therefore, their levy is going to increase. And so it's my understanding that they'll be potentially before you next month to present their independent analysis and what their levy could potentially be throughout the life of our analysis. But for this specific purpose, I've taken a 5-year average change of what each other taxing jurisdiction's levies have changed. So over the last 5 years, Dane County's levy has increased 27.3%. The school districts has increased 26.5%, and the technical college has increased 11.5%. So an average change of about 5.5 for Dane County, 5.2 for the school district, and 2.3 for the technical college. Projecting forward, I have done those increases year over year to their actual 25 levy for 26 budget, which gets us this picture. This is with both QTS and without QTS to get our total property tax levy. So this is the total levy of all taxing jurisdictions that are on the Village of DeForest tax bill on a QTS basis and without QTS. So for 27, I'm projecting, so 27 and 27 and 28, they'd be the same because no new value would be coming online significantly, about $17.63 per thousand, and dropping to $17.17 per thousand. Then we start to see some variances coming online when the QTS value comes online, which would create initially about a $2.38 variance between tax rates, up to a $4.23 per thousand. So the all-in tax rate with QTS at the height of the build-out could be $10.45 as compared to $17.63 today. Or without this, is still going to drop, but to about $10 or $14.68. Once all the value comes online and all of the TID closures happen, we could reasonably expect that with QTS, the all-in property tax rate could drop to $6.70 with QTS, or $9.08 without QTS. Now, let's roll us back to what we've talked about. The village's current tax rate is $5.86 alone. So basically a fraction of what the current all-in tax rate is what it could end up being by the end of the 2041 analysis. So this really just kind of gives you, while these are built on a number of assumptions, it's what we know now. It's based off of past financial performance, as well as past actual levy growth for our other taxing jurisdictions. This analysis will be updated once we get the results of the DeForest or area school district independent analysis to really drive down what a more realistic levy for them is going to be. Some final thoughts just to kind of wrap up and hit home again. Our projections are very conservative and designed to stress test the levy and the ability for the village to levy those funds. Taking into account current statutory limitations and history of village financing operations, we can't project if the state law is going to change, if the world's going to end. This is just to give us a general understanding of how can we evaluate the development given what we know today. The build-out schedule, the minimum value guarantees and phasing are still under negotiation. And so this is just an understanding of the snapshot in the time of what we know now, what could be reasonably expected. And this analysis is built on historic trends and assumptions, and it's meant to provide context for you. This is not marrying you to any of this stuff, but really just to provide context of, based off of past, what we can assume moving forward. This is going to potentially be the end result for the village and all of the other overlying taxing jurisdictions. And then what is the overall impact on your property taxpayer moving forward? So that is all I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Right. Everyone take a deep breath. That was a lot of information.
There's a lot of information.
A lot of good work on your part.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I would ask the board members if they have any questions.
Just quickly, I want to note that the slide and the video will be posted after the meeting so that for folks that may not be in the room or not in the other room can also listen to the presentation on our Engage the Forest website.
Thank you. All right. Did you have a question, Jim? Go ahead.
So at one point during your presentation, you said part of the assumptions was that you were not building in like increases in staff and things like that. But I'm wondering, I think what you are including is increases in the budget. So is that potentially taking that into account or not?
Correct. And so your current staffing model and the practice of accounting for staff for your current growth is continued forward in our model. We are not adding additional staff directly attributed to the QTS development. And there will be no significant service level, new service, or kind of expenditures related that could be reasonably related to the QTS development. None of those are built into our analysis.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Thank you. This was really helpful, and it does give us some more context and some basis for thinking about all of this. So we appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Just to note for those in the audience, if anybody wants to comment on this, you can do that under item 9. We're not doing individual comments on this section. So just so that folks are aware of that. Thank you. All right. I'm just impressed you got through that without any water or anything. I mean, good job. All right, now we'll move to old business. There is no old business. We're going to move to new business. And resolution 2026-004, a resolution authorizing the village president to execute an agreement with Marco Technologies for a new copier lease. Judd?
So the memo in the packet and the resolution is there. We were working with the James Imaging System for the last number of years with the copier. We had gotten a prospective quote from Marco that showed it was a significant decrease in savings that we could have for our copier costs. We reviewed that extensively, and we are asking you to approve the authorization for staff to enter into an agreement with Marco. Marco is our current IT vendor. We've had them for just about a year. They are doing great work for us, and this would just be an added thing. So if we have issues, there's no more of this going on like it's their problem or their problem. It's Marco's problem because they're the copier and the IT company for us as we move forward. So we do have 3 copiers that the village has. There's 2 in Village Hall and 1 at Public Services. So this is just 1 copier. As those other 2 run out of their lease agreement, we'll bring them on. We'll have Marco bring in the next one and the next one. And they'll actually make them coterminous. So should we ever need to leave in the future, all 3 copiers would come due at one time. So you're not lingering on with an old higher cost process.
Okay. There was information in your packet. Are there any questions for Judd? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Are there any further comments? Are there any public appearances on this? I don't believe so. All right. Well, then I would ask if there's no other comments that all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 8.2, Resolution 2026-005, a resolution approving a second amendment to the development agreement with American Packaging Corporation. Bill, do you want to add some comments for this?
Sure, yeah, so this item previously came before the village board. Currently, the village has a development agreement with American Packaging Company. A term within that agreement required for EPC to construct phase 4 of their building before the end of next year. They've approached us and have informed us because of business operations and the current market that they do not intend to expand their 4th phase by the end of next year. They've asked for the village to extend that an additional 4 years, along with the potential incentives that come with it. Under review, we did see that they constructed their phase 3 about approximately 4 years ahead of time. And so the village did recognize those tax benefits in those 4 years. And so we thought it was fair to provide this opportunity for EPC. They've been a good partner for the community. What we've done here is we revised the agreement to include language to extend construction deadline for 4 years, and then just the incentives for that 4th phase for that 4 years. Incentive pieces for phases 1, 2 through 3 will expire as written previously. We do recommend approval of this.
Any questions for Bill?
I'd make a motion to approve.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Do we have some public appearance? No, we don't on this one. We have no public appearances on this. So I would ask if there's no other comments or questions, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I'm sorry, could I ask who made the second? Did you know? Thank you.
8.3, Resolution 2026, a resolution authorizing the village president and village clerk to execute an agreement for code enforcement services with Municipal Code Enforcement LLC. Alex is going to do a presentation. You might remember we talked about this quite extensively at a previous meeting.
Yeah, so we've kind of been discussing this, as you mentioned, on and off for a couple of years now. In August, a representative from MCE Municipal Code Enforcement came and presented their services to you all. This was approved as part of the 2026 budget, and recommending approval. Assuming this moves forward, we'll be connecting with MCE here in the not too distant future to get them familiar with our systems. And kind of on board to move forward with code enforcement.
Good. And yes, Brad.
What's the expected ROI for this? And is there different metrics that they're supposed to meet during this process for the first year?
Yeah, so our goal is not necessarily to have an ROI with this. The intention with code enforcement and how we've approached this in the past is not to be punitive, not generating a revenue, but more kind of educational and compliance in nature. So I think our focus is really going to be more on, providing education via some of the door hangers that our team has put together on different aspects of the code and the ordinance, and then following through from that. So we're not viewing it as a revenue generating source, if that makes sense.
Okay. All right, if there are no other questions, we have a couple of people who wanted to speak on this. So I would ask for Winona Storms. Is she in this room? If not, and after Winona is Trisha Belkey. Is Greg back there?
Yeah.
Okay, come forward. Just before you begin, will someone let Trisha Belkey know she's next? Trisha.
Can you hear me now?
And
Awesome.
yourself and your name and address, if you please.
Yep. My name is Winona Storms and I live at 417 East Lincoln Drive, DeForest. I am opposed to contracting out with Municipal Code Enforcement LLC to handle code enforcement services. The proposed contract states that we would pay $49 an hour for up to 20 hours a week from April 1st through October 31st, and $49 an hour for up to 10 hours a week the rest of the year. Why would we pay out so much money when a person could work directly for the village doing the same work at a lower cost rate to the village? Why are we looking to hire a contractor who, to paraphrase Alex Allen's memo to the board, the village would be looking to instate for proactive monitoring and response and give notices of violation to our citizens? If we are in such dire need for money that we entertain being courted by companies like QTS and are penny pinching with such aggression that we can't afford to properly outfit our village with public use trash receptacles, why are we spending money to contract out to overly police our own community? Is it to make money via ticket issuing for violations, or is it just to aid in another threat looming over our heads? If we are so worried about the day-to-day minute neighborhood nuisances, why are we so quick to usher in QTS with their very large and loud public nuisances? Please reject the resolution to approve a code enforcement services contract with Municipal Code Enforcement LLC. Thank you.
Okay. Trisha? If it's green, it's on.
Hi, I'm Trisha Bulkey. I live in DeForest. My address is on the form. I would like to register my opposition to this ordinance revision based on 3 things. You say that we need to bring this data center into our community because we do not have enough money. It seems quite irresponsible to spend more money that we don't have on an independent consultant outside of our own government. 2, it's quite clear that you cannot control the community with the existing government to enforce ordinances in our municipal code because you are offering that this be put in place. If you can't control what's happening in your own backyard with everyday residents, how can you even begin to think that you could control any ordinances put in place to prevent QTS from breaking the rules? Why would you farm out municipal code enforcement now when you have QTS on the agenda and you won't be able to enforce that either? If you are so concerned about the nuisances that are mentioned here, how is it that you are not concerned about the nuisances that would be presented with the QTS project? Nuisances such as noise pollution, light pollution, construction noises, generator fumes and noises, noise created from the braking of trucks driving through, and that is only the beginning of the nuisances that are against current state mandates. It seems that you do not have a money problem because your net growth numbers are better than all of the towns in Dane County combined. What it seems you have is a spending problem, and we do not need to spend any more money on this silly ordinance because you think you need to control your residents. What we need is maybe a task force to figure out where you could spend less money, and then we wouldn't be faced with the situation that we are in now, bringing a multi-mega data center into our community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we, I think, are done with the public appearances on that item. I would ask or entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or comment? Yes, Jim.
I just want to note that I'm looking at, say, Brandy more than anybody, that one of the code enforcements that's proposed in here is RVs or recreational vehicles. And I looked a little bit at neighboring municipalities and I hope to revisit our code at some point.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you guys know it gets cold in here. The more people in the room, the air conditioning goes on to get airflow. So it gets quite cool right under the air vent. With that, we have a motion and a second. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Item 8.4, discussion and possible action regarding a direct legislation petition titled an ordinance requiring voter approval for a referendum for certain large annexations and major development actions. Al, do you want to give us some context and
Yeah, this was a direct annexation, but I'm sorry, a direct legislation petition that was filed by a number of residents. The village clerk did determine that enough signatures were obtained on the petition. We've provided you with a memo with our analysis of what the ordinance would do. It's very different from what I think people think it would do, and our recommendation that the board not take any action on it. I brought my partner Dan Evans with me. He did took the laboring oar on trying to figure out the ordinance as well as the law that applies to it, and he can answer any questions that the board has.
Dan, thank you for all the work you did on this. Are there any questions? Okay, with that, I would go to direct legislation comments. We have a number. Dominic, and I apologize if I say this wrong, but Agno. And the next person is Trisha Bilkey again. Please sit there. Make sure the mic is turned on. It's green when it's turned on. And you have to pull it quite close to yourself. And then if you'll introduce yourself with a name and an address, we're glad to hear from you.
Hi, my name is Dominic Agno, and I live at 711 Sunnybrook Drive, DeForest, Wisconsin. More than 100 children illegally employed in hazardous jobs, federal investigation finds, is the title of findings on Packer Sanitation Services by the Department of Labor. These children were as young as 13, using caustic chemicals to clean razor-sharp saws in slaughterhouses during illegal overnight shifts. Many of these children sustained chemical burns from this work. They paid only $1.5 million in fines. This exploitative child labor was caught in 2023 in the US. Many of you have children, and I ask you, what kind of horrible company would do such things in flagrant violation of laws and morals? Would we let such people conduct business here? Well, you're considering it. QTS and Packer Sanitation Services are both owned by Blackstone. A sign of similar conduct, QTS is facing penalties in both Iowa and New Jersey for everything from unpermitted wells to chemical spills and unpermitted discharges. Lies and fines are just a way of doing business for Blackstone and its subsidiaries. Before they build is our only chance to stop them. If you unleash this beast, your minor fines are meaningless in the face of a $1.2 trillion asset manager, especially since they can take away the $50 million they promised. They could withhold their promised funds if they're caught lying about illegal wells or dumping chemicals, and then simply ignore the maximum fines you can levy on their $12 billion facility. Our neighbors in Vienna told them exactly where they can shove that bribe, and I ask you to do the same. Vendors like QTS employ staggeringly few people per data center. Some napkin math of their 1,900 employees and 75 data centers tells me they have 25 per data center. That's ignoring the higher paying office workers in Virginia. Any way you crack it, their 700 long-term jobs is just a typical lie to your face and deal with the minor consequences later playbook. More than 10% of the town signed a petition to stop this in just 6 days. You didn't even get a large enough venue for everyone tonight. This is not a small minority of the town, and any attempt to portray it as such is intentionally misleading or delusional. I ask, if it's such a small minority, why don't we have a vote on it? I know there'll be a lot of proverbial silver offered by Blackstone to stab your town in the back. So my question is, will you stand with your community or avert your eyes as you sell it to the billionaires? Thank you. I yield my time.
Tricia Bilkey. The next speaker is Alicia Wellhouse.
Am I speaking on behalf of? I have two people. I don't know who was called because I'm outside. I'm not allowed to come in here because the capacity has already been reached.
It says the next person is you and then Alicia.
I'm either speaking for Laura Morrison or Sam Mell on the petition. Okay. Do I need to state my name again, even that I'm speaking? Okay. I'm still Tricia Bolke and I live in DeForest and my address is on the form. I am speaking on behalf of Sam Mell, who could not be here tonight. Hello, members of the board. My name is Sam Mell. I'm a 20-year-old lifelong resident of Vienna and a proud DeForest graduate. I'm unable to be here in person tonight because I am preparing a conference in my role as a Wisconsin State FFA officer representing DeForest and advocating for the future of agriculture. Agriculture isn't just something I talk about, it's what I live, what I believe in, and what I am fighting to protect. I've been told that some landowners think my debate is irrelevant because it's their land and they can do whatever they want with it. And sure, they can. But when large farms use money as a weapon to take land from small family farms, it becomes clear this isn't about rights anymore. It's about who can write the biggest check and that they don't care who gets pushed out in the process. The result is always the same. Small farms disappear and the community is left to deal with the damage. The average farm size in Wisconsin is 237 acres. The proposed data center would remove nearly 7 Wisconsin family farms worth of land from production. That land represents family livelihoods, local food production, and generations of work. This is not progress. It is the slow erosion of the heart of DeForest and the backbone of American agriculture. We often say that we don't want agriculture to lose its connection to the community. Yet decisions like this push us in exactly that direction. This isn't just about farmland, it's about food security, local businesses, and the identity of our town. That is why I am urging you to approve this ordinance. The people of Vienna have made it clear that they do not want this data center in their community. Approving this ordinance shows that DeForest respects that decision and wants its people to decide the next step. It sends a message that growth in DeForest will be responsible, ethical, and community-driven. I'm also asking you to postpone any decisions on the QTS development until this ordinance can go to a referendum. This allows the people who live here, work here, and raise families here to have a direct voice in a decision that will permanently shape their future. You were elected to lead, but leadership also means listening. Our nation was founded on the words, "We the people." Approving this ordinance honors that principle and shows respect for both your constituents and your neighbors. Tonight, you have the opportunity to stand up for small family farms, for local control, and for the long-term future of DeForest. I urge you to approve this ordinance. Thank you for listening to the future of agriculture and the future of this town.
Alicia Wellhouse. And after Alicia is Lauren Syverson.
I just push this then? Oh, it's already on.
Yes, and then if you'll introduce yourself, that would be helpful.
You bet. Okay. My name is Alicia Wellhouse. I live over by the middle school here in town. Good evening, members. Oh, sorry. Good evening, members of the village board. My name is Alicia Wellhouse, and I'm here tonight to ask you respectfully from my heart to say no to the proposed annexation from the town of Vienna and for QTS data center, and yes to the petition. I'm not here to rehash studies or unanswered questions. You've already heard those. Tonight, I want to talk to you about who we are. DeForest is a special place. It's not just lines on a map or parcels of land. It's a community. It's neighbors who look out for one another. It's kids riding their bikes, families walking to activities, and people who choose to live here because the values of the village represents them. I'm raising my family here. My children go to school here. This is a place where we're going to teach them what it means to be part of a community, to care about others, to act responsibly, and to do the right thing, even when it's hard. That's why this decision matters so much. This annexation isn't about partnership. It's about a massive corporation using pressure, money, and speed to force its way into a community that didn't ask for it. That's not how good neighbors behave. And it's not how we want our children to learn that decisions get made. We love our neighbors in Vienna. We love our Dane County. We love Wisconsin. Strong communities don't grow by pitting towns against one another or overriding local voices. They grow through trust, cooperation, and respect. If we allow a company this large to come in and bully its way through annexation, what lessons does that teach? That power matters more than people, that money speaks louder than community values? I don't want my children to learn that lesson here. DeForest has worked hard to build a community it is today. Oh, sorry. Please don't rush the annexation. Please let our village become a precedent for corporate overreach instead of community change. Don't let. Tonight, you have the opportunity to stand up, not just for DeForest, but for the idea that communities matter, that neighbors matter, and that growth should never come at the cost of our values. I ask you to say no to this annexation, to say yes to the petition, to community, say yes to our neighbors, and say yes to the future we want our children to inherit. Thank you for your time.
Okay. The next is Kristen Makovich. And after Kristen is Sherry Stock. Wasn't that Lauren? Thought that was Lauren. That was Alicia. So now it's Lauren Syverson. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lauren.
Oh, that's all right. No problem.
Then the next one is Kristen Makovich.
You ready? Okay. Hello, board members. My name is Lauren Severson. You have my address on the form. I came here today to implore each of you to adopt the petition submitted by our constituents to allow DeForest residents to decide for ourselves via referendum whether or not we would welcome a billion-dollar corporation like QTS and their parent companies to have access to our lands and resources. I've lived here for almost 10 years, raised my son for his whole life here, taught in the area for 10 years, and I'm a small business owner in Sun Prairie. We decided, however, to put down roots here instead of a large place like Sun Prairie because we wanted to be part of a community that cares deeply for the needs of its residents and fights to ensure that no one falls through the cracks. This board has claimed in several previous meetings that they don't feel like our community has spoken out enough about the QTS data center proposal. And that is why they have not yet rejected the corporation's request. However, I wanted to take a moment to consider the outpouring of concern about the data center with a new perspective. According to the Dane County voter records on the the county government site, There are currently 7,726 registered voters in DeForest. DeForest, on average, over the past 5 years, has turned out around 74% of the population in presidential elections, 28% in state elections, and 21% in local or municipal elections. Our most recent municipal election had 2,404 voters. Therefore, if looking at the fact that over 1,100 out of our 10,000 residents signed the petition for referendum, that's almost 40% of regularly voting residents. That number would then indicate that this opposition represents a bipartisan bisection of your constituents. In a time when Americans' faith in their government is at an all-time low, you have a choice before you to push this data center project through and validate your constituents' beliefs that government officials will only serve their own best interests once in office, or you could restore people's faith in this board and our local government in general and allow your constituents to decide their fate for themselves via referendum. In closing, I'd like to leave you with what I closed almost every class with as a teacher. Make good choices, ones that you can be proud of at the end of the day. Thank you.
All right. Kristen Makovich.
Hello, my name is Kristen Miskovich. I live in DeForest. I believe my address is on my form. I also have taught in the DeForest School District for about 10 years. I asked the board to vote in favor of the ordinance change that DeForest residents have requested via petition. In the absence of supporting a vote in favor of the ordinance, I asked the board members to postpone any decisions on QTS development approvals until after the proposed ordinance change goes to referendum. Thank you.
Sherry Stotch, and then Shane Howard Mossman.
Hello. I'm Sherry Stack on Scott Drive in DeForest. I asked the board to vote in favor of the ordinance change DeForest residents have requested in the petition. In addition, I asked the board members to postpone any decisions on QTS development approvals until after the proposed ordinance changes go to referendum. I am against the data center development for all of the reasons already suggested in the various meetings so far, and beg of you to listen to the many residents of DeForest who are against the data center. Please honor the will of the people living here. Thank you.
Thank you. Shane Howard Mossman, and then Stephen McDonald after that.
Oh, good evening. My name is Shane Howard Mossman, and I live at 4097 Bear Tree Parkway here in DeForest with my wife, Ann. I'm a senior field service engineer in biotech, and I have spent the last decade building my career around biotech industry for both large and small companies. I'm not afraid of progress. I'm certainly not anti-tech. This gives me the understanding exactly of what kind of infrastructure is required for the QTS data center. But simply being pro-technology does not mean we should accept a project of this massive scale without the direct consent of the people who live here. I'm here to ask you to vote yes on the draft ordinance petition. I support this ordinance because it establishes a clear safety valve if a project requires annexing more than 30 acres or if it has projected financial implications of more than $10 million. The voters should be the ones to approve this. A data center of this size changes our water usage, our energy grid, and landscape permanently for decades and generations to come. When the stakes are this high, the decision shouldn't just happen with a few folks. It should happen with the entire residents of the entire community. Our village is a great place with a great set of values listed on our village website. One particularly stands out to me of being inclusive, and it starts off as everyone has a voice and a valued opinion. A vote of no on this ordinance says that our biggest land decision in history, the residents' voices do not legally matter. A vote of yes turns that core value into action. This tells the residents that everyone has a voice when it matters most. Finally, there is the matter of financial exposure. We know that large-scale annexations like this can rely on TIF financing and infrastructure upgrades that fall on the taxpayer. In my industry, when any project has any large scale investment, we just don't push it through. We get buy-in from the stakeholders. In this scenario, the residents are your stakeholders. And right now, if we are assuming the risk, we should be part of that investment decision. This ordinance is an opportunity for partnership. It is a way for this board to say, we trust the community enough to let them decide and make the right decision. Please value the honor of please value the inclusivity value and let residents decide what is best. Vote yes to adopt this ordinance. Thank you.
Stephen McDonald, and then after Stephen, Senator Sarah Kieski.
My name is Steve McDonald. I live right up the street. I'm not going to give you my address because I already signed the form. I'm going to start by saying thanks to everyone who spoke up. It's inspiring to see all these community members standing up for their community. I work for a DoD NASA contractor, and I work with hazardous chemicals. And I would just like to point out that.
Stephen, can you talk closer to the mic?
Yes, I can talk closer, sorry. So like I was saying, I work for a DoD NASA contractor with hazardous chemicals, and I would just like to point out that all the evidence that has been shown to the world about how these data centers operate, they pollute groundwater with PFAS chemicals that are impossible to clean up. So if we move forward with this data center, we will have polluted groundwater for the rest of the existence of this community. And I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Senator Sarah Kieski. And then after Sarah is Rhonda Meinholz.
I'll just wait for my 3 minutes. Thank you. Good evening. Hi, everyone. I'm Sarah Kieski, State Senator for District 14, which includes the village of DeForest. I'm here today in support of the petition presented to the village board that would allow community members to vote on a proposed referendum. Let me be clear. I am not here to put my finger on the scale of the proposed data center project for or against, because I don't live here. I live in Lodi, and I don't pretend to know what is best for DeForest residents. That is for all of you to decide. Tonight, however, I'm here to support the community having an opportunity to weigh in on and vote for or against something that is very new, very big, coming very fast, and with a lot of competing factors. It's complicated. I have heard from many local constituents about the large beneficial tax base it would create, which you all heard about tonight. It's significant. There is additional economic development that may come around the site that would be beneficial for this village. And the hundreds of good paying jobs the building projects would create for years for my friends in organized labor. And there's more. I have also heard from a large number of people who have voiced their concerns about the loss of local farmland, the potential negative impact on the environment, and the concern about an increase in residential energy costs, etc. I have learned about data centers just recently, like most of all of you, and I find this issue really hard. I commend the village board and the overflowing rooms of people here tonight, putting in the time and effort to learn as much as you can about this complex proposal before making a decision. And because I believe strongly in our democratic process and the right provided in Wisconsin statutes for citizens to pursue a legal avenue to petition for a referendum where they get a voice, tonight I stand in support of the petition that was signed by over 1,000 residents requesting the referendum. Finally, I'm going to say this fast. I only have a few. I also want to let you know that there was a recent Senate bill put forward by my colleagues and I. Currently, there are no statewide guardrails for data centers, and understandably, that has people very uneasy. Wisconsin Democrats are leading with a proactive, balanced approach, ensuring innovation and accountability go hand in hand. Senate Bill 729 is available to look at, and I have copies.
Thank you, Sarah. Rhonda is next, and then oh, I see what, and then we have a designated speaker for Rebecca. Got it?
Oh, that's me again. Lucky you.
Okay.
Yep, she sent me an email. I have that if you needed to see that. She asked me to read that for her, but I don't think she filled that out on the form. Okay, so I'm speaking on behalf of myself first. I'm Rhonda. My notes live in the town of Vienna. You have my address on file. As mentioned many times previously, I'm a lifelong member of the DeForest community. I grew up in what is now the village of Windsor and have lived in the town of Vienna for the past 24 years. I grew up on a farm, and my family continues to farm today. Over the years, my family's farm has changed a lot. They went from raising dairy cattle, hogs, beef cattle, and crops to now strictly raising crops. The livestock industry has changed dramatically over the last 40 years, making it very difficult to be profitable unless you have hundreds, if not thousands of animals, which my family is not interested in trying to manage. One thing that has not changed dramatically is the amount of land that my family farms. While they would love to grow their land base, it has been almost impossible for them to do that. My family used to farm the land where Quick Trip, Burger King, Taco Bell, and Starbucks currently sit. My family used to farm the land where Jump Around Gymnastics and a development of homes on the west side of River Road now sit. My family used to farm the land on the north side of DeForest where the business park currently sits. I think you can see the pattern. Unfortunately, in all of these cases, they were not the owners of any of that land. They were simply the renters, and they had no control over the situation when the owners chose to annex their land into the village of DeForest and then subsequently sold the land for development. Farming is a tough life, and it's very hard to continuously lose farmland while trying to support your family. In order to survive these huge losses of land, my family could choose to try to take land away from other farmers in the area by outbidding them on land rent, but they choose not to do that. Instead, they respectfully wait until another farmer chooses to retire from farming, and they make every attempt to try and rent that land or buy it. Why am I bringing this up? Because it is proof that you don't need to take something away from someone else in order to grow or in order to survive. When the village of DeForest has swallowed up the entire town of Vienna, how will they continue to grow? At that point, they will be forced to figure out how to grow or survive by living within their means, much like my family does. My family has had to figure out how to adapt to changes by getting creative, not by taking something away from someone else. I'm asking the village of DeForest to follow suit by getting creative instead of relying on land grabs from the town of Vienna in order to grow. Otherwise, when will enough be enough for you? We all know Vienna's stance on the data center project. They aren't interested. It does not fit within their comprehensive plan, nor does it fit within DeForest's comprehensive plan. And if DeForest is going to amend their comprehensive plan every time a developer wants to do something that doesn't fit within the parameters of their current plan, why even bother to have a plan in the first place? Because you aren't following it. The residents of both municipalities, as well as those around us, have spoken loud and clear. They don't want this. The risks far outweigh any financial benefits. I'm asking you to listen to the residents and let this annexation be put to a referendum. Thank you.
All right, and now you're speaking on behalf of Rebecca Goddick.
Correct. And do you have her address?
Yes.
Okay. So yes, I'm speaking on behalf of Becky Godat. She is a Village of DeForest resident. I ask the board to vote in favor of the ordinance change DeForest residents have requested via petition. In the absence of supporting a vote in favor of the ordinance, I ask the board members to postpone any decisions on QTS development approvals until after the proposed ordinance change goes to referendum. Also, Vienna has said no to this effort, both via its residents and its town board, even when offered a lucrative sum to just go along with it. That should give DeForest pause. While there are some gains in property tax levy increases, this may give the village. The fact that our neighbor is adamant about not having this occur says a great deal about the annexation and the data center. I want to remind the board of our DeForest motto, growing the good life, which includes protecting our natural resources and environment for future generations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, the designated speaker is Mike DeRubis, and he's speaking on behalf of Robert Whitaker. And after him is, again, Michael DeRubius speaking for Prosper DeRubius. Are they online? Are they coming? Okay.
Good, okay. My name is Mike DeRubis. I'm speaking on behalf of Bob Whitaker, who has been a DeForest resident for nearly 20 years. My address is on the form. My name is Bob Whitaker, and I've been a DeForest resident for nearly 20 years. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard, even though I could not attend in person. I'm asking you tonight to be influenced not by the outside powers, but by those who should influence your decision-making, the community that elected you and entrusted you to lead our village government. Surely there is a voice of conscience within each of you, questioning if this project should continue. Please listen to that voice and let the voters decide. Accepting empty promises of jobs that, at best, would be temporary and of imagined riches to the village tax base will alter the quality of life here immeasurably and forever. I'm wondering, who will purchase homes in this community in the future once DeForest becomes the data center of the Midwest? I can't find a community anywhere that has had a positive experience after approving a data center. Data centers are well known for making false promises. The big question, why is it so difficult for you to see how detrimental this will be to the DeForest residents? I know you cannot consider each business decision via a referendum, but this is such a critical decision that the voters should have the right to make it, not a handful of people. Please let the voters decide and don't be pressured and influenced by smooth-talking representatives from QTS. If, via referendum, the voters choose to approve the data center, then they must live with the consequences. Thank you, Bob Whitaker.
All right, we're going on here, but you're listed 3 times as a speaker, and I'm not sure about this actually. So he's speaking now. Now for Prosper DeRubius.
I'm speaking also on behalf of 2 of my children who are 18 and 22. They were not able to be here tonight. So I'm speaking on behalf of Prosper DeRubis, who goes by Skylar, also lives with me in DeForest. She says, I think DeForest is big enough and we can continue to grow within our existing boundaries. Why annex new land when we have plenty of land already? I am 18 years old and looking for a career that will not be overtaken by AI. This is a scary time to be coming of age as things are changing so quickly. The data center will employ lots of people at first, but what about 10 years from now? Perhaps a data center job would be a good fit for me, but it seems there will be very few. I've thought about working at Epic Systems in Verona. The commute is pretty far. The Epic campus sits on about 1,600 acres, similar in size to the proposed annexation. The difference is that Epic employs more than 13,000 people in a variety of capacities. How many people will this data center actually employ long-term? What value will the data center bring to our community here? I support the petition to adopt an ordinance that will require a vote of the people for any annexation larger than 30 acres or $10 million.
All right, And now you're speaking for yourself.
All right.
Just speak closer because we don't hear most of what you're saying.
Thank you for telling me. Okay. My name is Mike DeRubis. I live in DeForest. My name's on the form, or my address is on the form. I've lived here for over 10 years, in northern Dane County for 25 years. I support the petition to adopt an ordinance that would require a vote of the people for any annexation larger than 30 acres or $10 million. The abundance of natural space and the value placed there by the village is part of what drew us to the area. There seemed to be a focus on balancing human needs and the natural world. We should be pursuing smart growth and find more innovative uses for the land we have. Moving over prime farmland and converting it to an industrial data center is not smart growth. Why does the Village of DeForest Board and administration want this annexation to occur when its residents clearly do not? The answer to me is the desire to create net new construction, which is required by Wisconsin state law, statute 66.06.02, to enable a municipality to increase its levy limit. DeForest currently has the highest net new construction in all of Dane County. Within its existing boundaries, it already has significant land that is yet to be developed. Additionally, the rapid expansion caused by this annexation would have significant impact in future years on the village's net new construction. In 2025, the value of new construction was over about $178 million. UTS is proposing a $12 billion data center over multiple years. This rapid change in net new construction, along with the variability of timing, will create as many problems as possibilities for the village. Likewise, at the end of the period of construction, it will be nearly impossible to find another option to create a comparable increase in the following years. For a size comparison, the new Quick Trip campus in DeForest is on 150 acres. The Amazon Distribution Center going up in Cottage Grove, also about 150 acres. This annexation will be more than 10 times the size at over 1,600 acres. The scale of this is just too big. The pace is too rapid. Smart growth requires us to slow down and be intentional. As far as hyperspeed, DFO needs to go slow. As far as hyperscale, DFO needs to say no. I support the petition to adopt an ordinance that would require a vote of the people for any annexation greater than 30 acres or $10 million.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kim Du Bois and then Janelle Wolf.
Dubois.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm French by marriage. I'm Kim Dubois. I live here in DeForest. My address is on the form. I am here to implore all of you to pass the ordinance that's in front of you and take this to a referendum. I honestly can't figure out why you wouldn't want to do that. This is a big decision. I can't imagine why you would want to shoulder all of this alone. Somebody said before that you guys mentioned somewhere that you weren't sure that the entire village was opposed to this, or not enough people had spoken out against it. And honestly, people here have been unwavering. We've shown up, we've showed out. We have been unwavering in our opposition to this. And at the very least, we want a voice. It is time to listen to your constituents. It's time to listen to the people that voted for you and put you in those seats and give us a choice. You can still have a vote. You can have your own vote, and we can all have our own vote. It is time to listen to your voters. I'm not talking about the people that come in their high vis and their logoed gear and stand in the back and don't live in this village. I'm talking about the people that trust you with their futures, their homes, and give us a voice in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Janelle Wolf and then Dilnoza Griffiths. Dilnaza. All right. Yourself, but first it's Janelle Wolf. Okay.
There we go. Sorry, it wouldn't let me unmute for a second. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Janelle Wolf, and I am a resident of DeForest. I live on Apple Blossom Drive in DeForest. As a resident, I am deeply concerned by the Village of DeForest's lack of disclosure and transparency on recent hot topics like fluoride and the QTS data center. Many elected board members have made statements and decisions that have reflected to the DeForest residents that our voices and concerns and opinions are not valued or wanted by the village and the board. This is why so many residents have joined together to support a new request for an ordinance to give us residents of DeForest our voices back with a referendum on the data center. As a resident, I have many concerns about the QTS data center. QTS's lack of transparency in studies from data centers as they've come along, there has been new studies that show that longer periods of time, the exposure to increased risk of cancers, miscarriages, and long-term health impacts to residents of communities with data centers have increased. The impacts to our village water. What assurances will the village ensure us residents with increased testing and reviewing of the water quality to us residents? How can we be assured our drinking water, our shower and bath water, etc., will not be contaminated and that we will be safe and our children will be safe? In July of 2025, QTS was fined by Cedar Rapids for drilling 40 wells without the notice to the city and without the proper permits. On July 7th of 2025, the Iowa DNR observed on the Cedar Rapids QTS data center site that QTS was exceeding their daily water usage by 25,000 gallons a day that had not been registered with the Iowa DNR. What protections and guarantees will DeForest do to ensure QTS does not do this here? Drilling more wells than allowed and permitted, using more water than registered. What measures will DeForest put in to ensure that excessive water and energy on the village, waterworks, and energy grids will not be passed on to us residents? Thank you.
Thank you. Dilnoza Griffith. Dilnoza, pronounce your name for me. Dilnoza. Okay, I was right. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dilnoza Griffiths. My address is on the form submitted. Where I grew up in a former Soviet Union, you don't get involved in local business or politics in general. It is unwelcome, and you can even say not safe. There are a few powerful that control all facets of daily life of our society. And so it's pretty much futile to try to get involved in community life. I strongly believe in civil engagement for the betterment of our lives because of that perspective. I have always admired the American democracy, where we, the people, have a say in what happens in our country and in our communities. As soon as I learned about the DeForest Area Action Team, I was at that field office that same weekend. I have met some of you through that organization. I have met some of the most passionate people and worked alongside them. I canvassed for election and re-election of some of you here. We have celebrated, we have shared meals, and today I am in front of you, before you, asking for you to listen to the community, to really listen to people who elected you. We elected you to represent our interests, to protect our interests. This massive burden shouldn't have been placed on ordinary citizens to organize, to protect our own village, to draft a petition, to knock on doors. We elected you to represent us. Instead, we have been living this stressful and very anxious reality with the looming threat against everything we love and we live for here. It has taken time and days away from our families with our loved ones. The stress has been enormous. The community of DeForest, in overwhelming majority, stands against this data center development in our village. If there is any doubt and the majority of residents stands on this, then please put it to referendum and let the community vote. There is still time to make things right for our community and adopt the ordinance before you today. In absence of supporting a vote in favor of the ordinance, I ask the board members to delay any decision on QTS development until this change goes to referendum. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lindsay Femright, and then Mike DeBrubius for Kai DeRubis. If some of you in the back want to sit, there are some seats open. They're over on the side. Okay, is Lindsay Femright here? Is she online? All right, I'll set her aside.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Femright. My address is listed on the form. I have lived in DeForest with this address for over 20 years, but I've been in the DeForest area for well over half my life. I settled in DeForest because of its small community values and general environment and raised a son here based on that. Things seem to be changing now, and while change is good, not all of it is. This is my first board meeting attendance in all my years here. I have never gotten involved with village politics until the last year or so. I was unable to sign the petition being addressed tonight before it was submitted. In lieu of that, I'm here in person to ask you to vote yes on the petition that many signed in a very short time for an ordinance requiring voter approval by a referendum for certain large annexations and major development actions as outlined. I feel that the decisions looming in our future of this magnitude often negatively affect public health, utility bills, water usage, electric resources, community climate, property taxes, and overall property value, among other things. As of 2020, DeForest had a population of about 11,000. I'm asking for the many to be heard and not just the few, especially when the average income earning taxpayer will suffer the most with some of these decisions and increased costs. Every voice should be heard, and residents should have more time to educate themselves and their neighbors and questions answered accurately and transparently. Once land is industrialized in certain ways, it cannot be restored. With annexation, especially this amount of land, we should be respectful of our neighbors and surrounding communities such as Vienna, who will be affected as well as many others by the decisions we make here. Vienna has already rejected the proposal directly related to the reason that sparked this petition by the people in the first place. To that note, if data centers are so advantageous, why are communities rallying against them instead of for them? Again, I'm asking for the petition addressed tonight to be adopted so that we can put these massive decisions to a vote of the many and not the few. I ask that if this petition is not passed, that all planning efforts related to projects that this would impact are put on hold. Trust is in the title for a reason. It is what people seek and expect from leadership. Thank you for hearing me tonight, and a special thank you to all those working tirelessly behind the scenes to represent the many of us.
Thank you. Well, guess who? Mike DeRubius for Kai DeRubis. And then after Mike, we have Melinda Murphy.
This one's quick. So I'm representing my son Kai DeRubis, who lives also in DeForest, on the farm there. The annexation does not align with our comprehensive plan. Something this massive should be voted on in a referendum so that we all have a voice in how our community develops. I'm in favor of giving more power to the people, and such large decisions should be made after a deliberative process that involves the entire community. As an artist who is studying graphic design, I'm extremely concerned about the impacts of AI in my field. We are being taught to use AI as part of our artistic process in class. It just feels wrong, like we're removing humanity from art, which is the essence of what makes it special. I have many concerns regarding the data center, probably too many to get into today. Power use, water use, traffic impact, noise levels, the list goes on. Bottom line, the people should have a voice in how we grow. I support the petition to adopt an ordinance that would require a vote of the people for any annexation larger than 30 acres or $10 million. Thank you.
Linda Murphy, and then Lydia Reed for Elizabeth McKenna.
Linda's online.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. I was trying to put my video on, but I guess you don't want my video on.
No.
Is that true? Okay.
That's true.
Okay, so my name is Melinda Murphy. You have my address on the form. I am a resident and homeowner in Windsor. My name is Melinda Murphy. I'm a lawyer and a resident of Windsor, and I'm here to strongly support the ordinance requiring voter approval for large annexations and major development projects. The decisions made here ripple far beyond DeForest borders. They impact families in Vienna, Windsor, and neighboring communities who share the same roads, schools, and public services. And that will happen for future generations to come. When an annexation over 30 acres or a development creating more than $10 million in financial obligations is on the table, those decisions are simply too big to be made without direct public input. Requiring a referendum isn't about stopping growth. It's about responsible growth. It's about transparency, accountability, and making sure residents and neighboring communities have a real voice before long-term financial commitments are locked in. Once those decisions are made, the costs don't disappear. They show up in budgets, taxes, and limits on what we can invest in for our kids and future generations. This petition is fully consistent with Wisconsin law and reflects what many people are asking for: a seat at the table. Supporting this ordinance sends a clear message that DeForest values openness, fiscal responsibility, and community trust. Thank you for listening and for taking this seriously.
Okay, thank you. Designated speaker is Lydia Reed, and on behalf of Elizabeth McKenna, and then after that is Melinda Murphy. Oh, okay. And after that is Winona Storms.
Spoke about something else.
Are you ready?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're ready.
All right. I'm Lydia Reed. I'm speaking for Elizabeth McKenna. I believe you have her address and you have mine because I will be speaking later too. And this is Elizabeth's statement that she'd like me to make. Currently, DeForest has 7 TID districts.
A TID district allows communities to use future property growth to fund improvements and spur growth by funding projects. While it can be argued that the use of these areas to fund projects by developers may not be needed to cause new development, they already exist. What is also a given is that these areas are not completely filled out. There is still new development that can occur in them. Thus, the reasoning that DeForest must allow the annexation of land in Vienna to ensure future growth is unfounded and should not be part of the rationale to justify this request.
Thank you. Daniel Jansen. And then after Daniel, we have Lydia Reed. Twice. Oh, are we? Okay, oh. She spoke on code enforcement.
Yeah,
Yeah, so she,
yeah.
okay,
Good to go?
good to go.
My name is Winona Storms and I live at 417 East Lincoln Drive right here in DeForest. I signed and support the petition requiring that all large annexations go through public referendum. I have spoken to hundreds of people and have also through my social media's brand platform reached thousands of people, and I have not had a single person tell me that they are opposed to this petition. Regardless of people's stance on the data center, one thing has remained consistent. People want to have a voice in what happens in their community. Here in DeForest, we have a very large and loud group of people who live here and are telling you that they need their voice to be heard when it comes to huge decisions, when those decisions are being made on the behalf of the DeForest people. You have an opportunity today to approve the petition and make sure that your constituents are heard loud and clear. You have the opportunity today to give voice to the very people that you are supposed to represent. If you were to vote no for this petition, your constituents will hear you loud and clear, that you are not for the DeForest people and that you only care about furthering your own career and personal interests. Please hear me today, right now, when I am begging you, with over 1,000 petition signers by my side, to vote yes on this petition to put all large annexations to referendum. This is my future. This is my children's future. This is your future. And this is all of our future. Let us have a voice in shaping that future. Thank you.
You might as well just stay there because Lydia Reed, are you? No, you're not Lydia.
No, I'm not.
All right, never mind. Daniel Jansen, I just figured it out. There's a lot of you.
Sleep. Yours too. Yeah, this to see. You folks and all the trustees. Can you folks hear me? Okay. My name is Dan Jansen. I'm a resident of the village of DeForest over 20 years now, as of 2026. I'm here today to ask you to vote in favor of this ordinance, and in the absence of that, I ask that you support postponing any action on the QTS data center development until after the ordinance has gone to referendum. If the ordinance passes, the QTS project can go to referendum itself and be decided by the citizens of DeForest. I know from recent conversations with a few of the trustees that a sticking point in approval of this ordinance is the 30-acre threshold, above which annexations would go to referendum. In anticipation of this concern, we've done some analysis of Department of Administration data relating to Village of DeForest posted annexations. Over the years 2015 through 2024, the most recent 10-year span for which data was available, there were 19 annexations approved by DeForest in the DOA database. At a 30-acre threshold, 4 of those could have been approved by the village board under the proposed ordinance. And while this may seem limiting, there are other details to consider. If you raise the threshold to 50 acres, which was a number that was proposed to us by a couple of the trustees that we spoke to, a total of 6 annexations would have been within the board approval threshold. Raising it higher begins to defeat the intent of the petitioners, which is that these larger annexations should in fact be approved by citizens and not the board. The average size of all approved annexations is, over that time period was over 60 acres, more than twice the size what we asked for in the ordinance. And the average size of just those annexations that were over the threshold was over 77 acres. What's more interesting is the frequency with which these occur. Only 7 of the last 10 years we analyzed had any annexations recorded at all. And at a 30-acre threshold, only 4 of the last 10 years had annexations that would have gone to referendum under the new ordinance. My conclusions are that the annexations above the proposed threshold simply aren't frequent enough, that approval of this ordinance would still the wheels of commerce in the village. Moreover, the average size of annexations above the threshold is such that we absolutely would want them to go to referendum. I'm hoping that that addresses any concerns that you may have about the ordinance materially impeding growth in DeForest, and ask that you approve the ordinance.
Thank you. Lydia Reed. And then Carla Heggie.
I'm Lydia Reed. I live in DeForest, and my address is on the form. I'm a resident of the village of DeForest. I am here today to ask you to vote in favor of the ordinance. In the absence of that, I ask that you support postponing any action on the QTS data center development until after the ordinance has gone to referendum. If the ordinance passes, the QTS development project can go to referendum itself and be decided by the citizens of DeForest. I hope you listen to the speaker right before me and about the acreage and it not being constraining you on the decisions that you're making. And that decision such as this really deserves the vote by the citizens of DeForest, considering our number that is here. And I would just like to say, I'm a little disappointed in the lack of respect that I feel like some of the speakers have been given, or the entire large community that's here. I believe you all were informed that there were probably going to be a lot of people here, and yet there's not a larger room, which has caused delay as people have been standing outside either in the cold or in the entryway. And so I hope that you take that into account. We're here anyway, and we really do not want this annexation, and we do not want this data center. Thank you.
Carla Heggie.
Hi, my name is Carla Heggie. I've been a resident of DeForest since 1978. My address is on the form that I submitted. I've watched as our small community has continuously grown in size, expanding in all areas, both residentially and commercially. It has always been my understanding that our village board and community development group have committed to being good stewards of this land, whether it belongs to DeForest or a neighboring community, and also the environment. Although we trust you as our elected officials to make the best decisions for DeForest and its residents, there are some expansion projects and ideas which many of us feel are too large in scope for just the board to decide for us all. You have before you a proposal and petition which addresses this concern. That proposal will give a broader scope of approval or disapproval to large projects looking to come to DeForest. We must keep in mind that there are many levels to each large project. It isn't just about the land itself. Large-scale projects will affect the landscape, nature reserves in the area, possibly schools, extra costs to the village, which may or may not be recouped by the businesses which are looking to join our town. We ask that you take this proposal and approve it, or at the very least, put it to the vote of the people you represent. For those of you that are taking our concerns seriously, we thank you. And we remind you, we know it's really late today and you're listening to a lot of people, but you did ask us to get involved. So here we are. Thank you.
Paul Vanderblumer, and then Amber Peterson. Okay. Do you see them coming? Is Paul Vanderblumer on Zoom? If so, would you raise your hand? Well, I'm going to set it aside if he appears, and then we will go to Amber Peterson. Okay, thank you. Amber, are you Amber Peterson? All right. And then after Amber is Michael this is a handwriting problem. Castagna? Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Amber.
Hello, my name is Amber Peterson. I live at 400 Columbia here in DeForest. I would like to voice my support of the proposed new ordinance and my opposition of the annexation of Vienna Township land. I personally would like to have more say in how the land that makes up our community is cared for. I find that the rate at which it's being consumed in the past year is alarming. As the 7th generation of my family to call this community home, I enjoy the heritage and legacy this area has to offer. This includes our rural heritage. Members of this community have been shaping it since its founding, creating lasting legacies for future generations. An example of this is the prairie that makes up Western Green Park, the seeds of which were collected and sown by my grandpa, Rod Shimon. The results of those seeds are enjoyed by many today. Please let the community speak and have more power in how we are shaped and how we grow, especially in large-scale matters like a data center. Please let matters this large that will forever change this community go to referendum so all of our voices are taken into consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Michael? He wants us to vote for.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, board. Thanks for having me. I want to say that I support that you should look at the ordinance.
I'm sorry, yourself for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Mike Castano. I live in DeForest. You have the address on the form. So I do want you to look at the ordinance. I don't have anything formally prepared here, so I'm just going to speak on the top of my mind here. But I think you should leave it up to the people and support the ordinance that's been put forth. There were a lot of good statistics that people brought up here. Just looking at the data, I think one of the teachers, I can't remember her name, said there was about 1,100 people that we got to sign it within 6 days, which is 40% of the constituency. For local elections, that's pretty darn good. I think that shows engagement. You see the people here who are for. I think some of the union folks were for it, some people against it, which is fine. Leave it up to the people to decide. I mean, I think it's pretty clear there. I know there was some concerns. There was some good data that was brought up too. About this would slow down the rate of commerce, but that seems a little bit unfounded based on that over the last 10 years, I think that gentleman said back there, that would be, go to referendum, because that is something to consider. And so, then you start just adding up all these things and it's like, well, why wouldn't this go to vote? I'm just confused as to if I'm just tracking logic here, why wouldn't we put that and let the people decide? There's a lot of engagement here. And, you start asking, well, why? And then, you might give an answer, ask another why. Like, what is the root cause? I just don't understand the root cause. I'm very confused about that. And then if you don't decide to pass the ordinance, I think you have to pause any decisions on QTS. They try to move these things quickly. I mean, I think everybody's not naive to the fact that Blackstone is far from an altruistic institution. They're not, they're private equity. I don't think we have to go into delve into details there. So I just really hope the board considers this. My wife and I moved to DeForest about 1.5 years ago from Pittsburgh. You know, we thought it was community-based. I'm hoping that we see the light at the end of the tunnel here, the board does, and takes this into consideration. It seems pretty clear to me what the community is asking for, and I just really hope that there's some consideration here. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Michael. James Vanden Wimmelberg. I'm sorry, but it's, and then after that, Kelly Mack. I can handle that. Is James here? Can we get through the last bit, or do you want to do it now? Yeah.
Jane, can I just ask you if individuals have to leave early, can you just read what their stance was so that we can have it on record?
Sure. Yeah, sure. I think only one left. All these will be on record. All right, is James here? Kelly Mack? Okay. We'll take a bite.
Good evening. I was hoping you'd say my last name to see if you could pronounce it, but no.
You try.
All right. I'm here. I'm in favor of the.
To introduce yourself for the record.
Sorry, my name is James Vanderwyt Mellenberg. I'm a resident of DeForest live on South Street. I've been here. Have been a resident for 12 years now. So I am in favor of the referendum proposal. I'll keep this short. Even with all the proposed financial benefits that were listed today, you have all these DeForest residents speaking against this data center. Why not put it to a referendum? There's no legitimate reason why you should not put it to the residents. Again, we had over 1,000 signatures for a referendum, for this referendum in a very short period of time. We have the concerned residents showing up in opposition of the data center. A lot of these are in the entryway, standing for almost 2 hours now. Why leave the decision to a few elected officials who are elected to serve the residents? I think we are speaking loud and clear about our intentions. Again, I am in favor of the proposed referendum. Thank you.
I've been asked by a board member for a 5-minute break, so we're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly Mack. I'm a resident of Windsor and my address is on the form that I filled out tonight. I'm here to talk about the petition that went around DeForest and how amazing I think this opportunity is for DeForest. I would love to see something like this in Windsor. I would love to see our communities get more involved in the government.
Speak to the mic, we can't hear you.
I would love to see our communities more involved in making decisions in our government. And I just really hope that you guys do follow through and follow it. Say yes to this tonight. I did also want to mention that, you know, if after 2 years this doesn't work, you do have the opportunity to go back and to end that this petition request. It's not something that has to be in the works forever. So I think at least giving the opportunity in the trial out there for the people would be an amazing opportunity and something that would really look awesome for the board here in DeForest. My second point is about the data center in DeForest. I'm one of probably really few people in this room that have actually been in one of these data centers. And it's kind of my bread and butter. It's what I do for a living. I audit AI, information security, privacy, data centers, and environmental health systems. I provide certifications at a global level, and I know the impact at a global level. I've seen these communities and what these promises that don't typically come all the way through to the residents, what it does to these people. I would just like to give that warning out to you guys that, you know, these promises are amazing, but you know, what's going to happen when they don't follow through? Do we have the resources, the money? Do we have, you're an amazing attorney. I think you do a great job, but do we really have the knowledge and to go against a company like Blackstone? I just don't feel like anybody in Wisconsin is really up to that measure yet. I mean, they're huge. But with that, I'm going to end it real quick tonight. I just wanted to put it out there. I know it's been a long night for everybody, but please say yes to this ordinance and no to the data center. That's it.
Thank you. Mark Storch. And after Mark is Jonathan Bronk.
Mark Stork, 616 Jefferson Street here in DeForest. I know that all of you as board members are concerned about doing what's best for the village and its residents. Sometimes some of you and some of us may disagree as to what the best thing is, but the intent is always there. In the past, you have had to make decisions on things like improving our streets, adding sporting areas, and annexing land for residential or mixed use. In all those cases, those decisions were able to be made using past experience. When we add new land for residential development, we know what it takes to add the infrastructure in. We know what the impact will be on the village in a year or more. We have been there before in several months duration to determine if the petition to annex should be approved or denied is plenty of time to determine answers to questions that may arise. That is not the case with QTS, or I would offer any other annexation request of that size and type. We have no history of similar requests to fall back on. You saw today in the analysis that we're using tons of suppositions to figure out what the actual monetary benefit would be. We have no history of any other types of impacts to our community that this may bring that have been raised and are yet to be answered. This is something that impacts our community that it will be impossible in a short few month period to actually determine answers for. That is why I urge you to accept this petition as well as slow down the decision on QTS. Then the need for you to decide quickly on potentially limited ability to gain knowledge for this is not there. You have more time to gather and assess information. You have more time to help us, the residents, understand if this is a good or a bad opportunity for our community. It allows you to have a share in the results of that decision, no matter where it goes. And realize that with this petition, it's only there for 2 years and cannot be changed. After that, either through referendum or through you voting, it can be altered. It can be done away with. This is not a forever thing. Having the petition in place is a win-win. It is how we work together to make this community the place that we all want it to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Jonathan Bronk and then Jean Jacobson.
Jonathan Bronk, DeForest. My address is on the form. My name is Jonathan. I lived in DeForest for 7 years and the Windsor DeForest area for 12 years. And I'm asking the board tonight to approve the direct legislation petition. I believe citizens should have a voice in significant annexations, but especially when they are counter to what the approved community zoning and development plans are. 1,100 citizens signed this petition. If this were a survey where we're looking for a statistically significant sample size for DeForest, it would be 373 responses. This isn't a vocal minority that have put this forward, but 9% of the population and triple what's required for a statistically significant data set if you're looking for trying to get a sense of how the community feels on this. So again, please hear what the community is speaking about and vote to approve the petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean Jacobson? You have to pull it close to you.
My name is Jean Jacobson. I live in DeForest at the address on the form. QTS project is a very large industrial project that will rely on power, water, and infrastructure from our local community. It will have an impact on the environment and on the residents' quality of life. Therefore, I feel it is critical that all DeForest residents have a voice in whether it is allowed in our community. I request that the village board vote in favor of the ordinance change submitted by the DeForest residents via petition. If the village board doesn't vote in favor of the ordinance, I ask that all decisions regarding the QTS project be postponed until after the proposed ordinance can be put to referendum, allowing the residents of DeForest to make this important decision. This is far too large of a project to be a decision made by just 7 residents when it will impact thousands of people. I want to have a voice in that vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Brenda Horn Edwards. And after Brenda, we have Janet Berger.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brenda Horn Edwards, and I live in the village of DeForest. You have my address on the form.
Can you pull the microphone closer?
I sure can.
Thank you.
I'm here in support of the petition for an ordinance, and I strongly oppose the data center in our community. Since someone already spoke about the annexations, I kind of simplified mine a little bit because he did an amazing job. But the petition indicates that any land larger than 30 acres or projected public financial obligation of more than $10 million. I believe that those amounts are reasonable, sufficient, and necessary. Again, since he spoke about the annexation, I'm just going to talk about 2 of the ones in the last, 30 years that have been contentious, and both of them were litigated. So there is a substantial financial tax burden to the taxpayers. The first one was in December of 2000 for the approximate 2,100 acres of land from the towns of Windsor and Burke. They resulted in a multi-year dispute and lawsuit, Town of Windsor versus Village of DeForest. In 2003, the Wisconsin Court of Appeals declared that the DeForest correcting ordinances were void. This 2000 annexation conflict was finally resolved 10 years later in 2010 through a mix of court rulings and comprehensive 20-year boundary agreement. The second annexation was in August of 2022 for 123.6 acres along Hickory Lane in the town of Vienna. This annexation also prompted a lawsuit from Vienna. As of today, 3.5 years later, the dispute remains contentious with Vienna, which is continuing to fight the land grab following the expiration of the joint boundary agreement. The above 2 lawsuits created a financial burden for taxpayers. I have been in the legal field for over 35 years. I have firsthand knowledge of attorney costs, litigation fees, and expenses, and I can guarantee that the cost of this 10-year lawsuit and this 3.5-year lawsuit are significant, and each of these were funded by taxpayers. As for the proposed data center, this is also going to end up in litigation and is going to rack up substantial attorney fees. In the early stages that we are right now, the town of Vienna has already hired a specialized municipal attorney to oppose the QTS annexation. The village has its own attorneys currently negotiating a pre-annex agreement. And it is my understanding, after speaking to legal colleagues of mine, that community members may sue the village if it fails to comply with Section 9.2 of the Wisconsin statutes. Courts have ruled that once a petition is certified as sufficient by a clerk, which ours has, the village board has a positive and plain duty to act. It is also my understanding you are legally required to pass the ordinance without alteration or submit the ordinance to vote on the next election. And if you fail to do either, the community can file a lawsuit for a writ of mandamus. The proposed petition for an ordinance is reasonable, necessary, sufficient, and has legitimate purpose to protect the public interest.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Okay, and I'll just finish my sentence, and unnecessary burdens to taxpayers. Thank you.
No. Janet Berger. And then after that is Aaron Whipperford.
Hi, I'm Janet Berger, Village of DeForest. My address is on the form. First, I ask the board to vote in favor of the ordinance to change, in favor of the ordinance change DeForest residents have requested in the petition. Second, if you do not support a vote in favor of the ordinance, I ask the board members to postpone the decisions on QTS development approvals until after the proposed ordinance change goes into the referendum. I'm sure there are many more individuals that can speak much more eloquently on this topic than I can. I'm also not an expert on environmental impacts, health impacts of environmental pollution, or how data centers operate in general. What I am, though, is a concerned citizen that believes that this is completely wrong for our community, specifically the Village of DeForest. There are many reasons I oppose this building of the data center, but I'm mostly concerned for the residents of DeForest, Vienna, and all the surrounding communities that will be affected. This is a vibrant community with a lot to offer as far as farmland, nature, tight-knit neighbors, sought-after housing, and proximity that Dane County and surrounding communities have to offer. It's a great place to live. I don't want that to be ruined. It is the town of Vienna land that was being debated here, and they have already said no to the QTS data center, even after promises of lots of money to their community. The Village of DeForest should respect Vienna's decision, and like Vienna, also be very wary of the vague, shiny promises of all this money and jobs for DeForest. We have seen this before. Companies make promises that are not kept, or find vague contract terms to get out holding up their end of the bargain. Remember Foxconn? Wisconsin residents are still paying for that mistake. Let's make sure DeForest doesn't fall into that same trap. While I'm well-versed in financial impacts of decisions and know my way around a balance sheet and an income statement, with the short lifespan of the data centers, and once they're obsolete, and companies like QTS have extracted everything they need from us and leave the residents holding the bag to pick up the pieces. DeForest residents will be stuck paying the bill for all this higher utility and tax bills, polluted water, and lower property values. Again, thank you very much for your time, and I plead for you to actually put this ordinance in place, or at least wait until we can be voted on in the next election. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Aaron Whipperford. Aaron Whipperford, are you online? Oh, here he is. Thank you. After Aaron is Savannah Kine. And then finally we have Cass Summerfield after that.
Do I have to hold the button or?
Yeah, you don't have to hold it.
Green? Okay. Sorry about that. Good evening, Village of DeForest Board. I'm Aaron Whipperford. I'm a DeForest resident. My address is on the sign-in paperwork. I'm here tonight just to add a voice and a face to one of the 1,100 signatures on the petition. I asked the board to vote in favor of the agenda item 842, direct legislation petition title, an ordinance requiring voter approval by referendum for certain large annexations and major development actions. Please adopt the ordinance that the village residents and taxpayers have requested via petition. I want to thank you for your time, but I have one little comment that maybe I heard earlier was mentioned that before the public experience was made, that there was a comment made about this may not be as it appears intended. Could that comment slash suggestion made, I believe, by one of the board members be elaborated in section 843, discussion of possible actions.
Thank you. Savannah Kind.
Hello, my name is Savannah Kind. I live at 609 Shagbark Lane here in DeForest. I'm speaking to the board today in favor of this ordinance. Members of this community have come together in support of this legislation. The community has continued to speak their opposition to the QTS data center for months, begging for a voice. We are engaged, educated, and passionate about this issue and our community at large. This legislation protects our community from future projects that would take advantage of our community and our environment. This legislation is not meant to hinder our community. It is meant to empower us as individuals. Why are you afraid of letting us have a voice on this issue and other issues like it? Is it because you know what we will say? That you know that you are acting against the will of many of your constituents? If you will not approve this ordinance tonight, please at least hold off moving forward with any decisions related to QTS until this can go to referendum. Give us a voice. We live in this community. We breathe the air. We drink the water. We live side by side with the wildlife. We pay the taxes. This is our home. Thank you.
Thank you. Cass Summerfeld. And then after Cass, I did find one stuck to the back of her form for Lindsay Frey.
Ready? My name is Cassandra Summerfeld, and I'm from DeForest. My family moved to DeForest from Sun Prairie over 27 years ago because DeForest was a small, quiet town close to the city, but still had a country feel with tons of nature. It seems like DeForest's priority. I'm sorry?
Call to order.
Do I stop?
Just, we're getting rid of some noise. Go ahead.
Okay.
Are they gone?
It seemed like DeForest prioritized natural spaces and farmland, and we didn't like how Sun Prairie was growing. DeForest no longer feels like that, but instead now feels like industrial parks and apartment complexes. Tonight, I ask the board to vote in favor of the ordinance change DeForest residents have requested via petition. DeForest has a comprehensive plan which was updated in just the past few years. During that time, the land now being discussed to be potentially annexed was shown as agricultural preservation. To allow this annexation, a plan that was developed only 2 years ago must be revised. If only 2 years ago, DeForest saw this land as important to preserve, the reasons for changing this so extremely and paving over and destroying that agricultural land must be better understood and approved of by the residents of DeForest, as well as those impacted in Vienna. I know one concern of adopting the petition is that it will delay future projects. However, if projects like QTS AI data centers are what is going to be pushed through, then being delayed is the smart thing. Big decisions are best to take time on and do thorough research, really assess the values and detriments. According to the DOA, in the last 10 years, there were 19 total annexations recorded. Only 7 of the last 10 years had annexations at all, and only 4 of those 10 years had annexations above 30 acres. Annexations of large scale haven't been frequent enough that the 30-acre threshold would limit the board's ability to make decisions. Our farmland and natural spaces are diminishing at alarming rates to the extent that certain areas have been designated to protect due to their highly valuable resources. The town, village, county, and state have all recognized the incredible preciousness of the land surrounding DeForest, including in Vienna. In Dane County, there are 3 significant agricultural enterprise areas, the largest of which is in Vienna, consisting of over 20,000 acres. Another is on the east side of DeForest. Agricultural enterprise areas, or EAAs, are productive agricultural land that has received designation from the state.
As part of the state's farmland preservation program, AEAs strive to support local farmland protection goals. The proposed annexation would take a significant chunk of the middle of this agricultural enterprise area. It's important to note that the majority of the town of Vienna is categorized as agricultural enterprise area, as shown in the maps that I will give you. I'm very concerned how and why DeForest can try and take protected land. This annexation literally goes against every comprehensive plan I've looked at. DeForest is surrounded by irreplaceable farmland, and I'm very concerned state protected farmland is not being taken seriously since you are considering annexing a big part of it. This is why the residents should have the ability to vote on
I'm
large.
sorry, your time is expired.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lindsay Fry here.
Can I give you the maps now?
Hello, my name is Lindsay Fry and my address is on the form. Hello, thank you for your time tonight and thank you. I always thank you for putting things on Zoom for people that can't always attend in person. First, Wisconsin statute 66.02173A, I know a lot of letters here. After an annexation petition is filed, the municipality's governing body may act upon it not less than 20 days after publication of the notice and not later than 120 days after the petition is filed. If this were a small, typical annexation, as for the hotel being built west of the interstate, 120 days would be plenty of time to determine the validity and impact of what it was being asked for. We're talking here about over 1,600 acres of land, a huge technology infrastructure with multiple huge buildings and many potential issues to explore. Expecting all these variables can be determined, understood, and solutions validated is totally unreasonable in that time frame. DeForest needs to hit pause, use more time to evaluate this request, and engage with its citizens. This ordinance would allow and encourage engagement between the village and its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, those were all the speakers for 8.4. I didn't have that name anywhere. Well, we can take the statement, put it in the record. It's not in here. We have gotten through the speakers on item 8.4. And I appreciate your time, and I know you all have been here as long as we have. So we understand that everybody's tired. But with that, we have the memo from Al. Al or Dan, do you want to say anything else or bring up any issues with your memorandum. It's, if you did, it's under item 9 and not under 8.4. I don't have your name, Brian.
I have yours here for the data center, which would be fall under item 9.0. I only have one.
You'll be able to speak under item 9, Bernard. All right, let's proceed.
Yeah, just one point of clarification. I mentioned before that the ordinance as written doesn't do what people think it does. When the village enacts an ordinance, whether you do it directly through the board or whether it's done through direct legislation, that becomes law. And when the village drafts ordinances, it doesn't just, your public works director doesn't draft ordinances. You have lawyers draft them because the words matter. Okay? If this ordinance as proposed were enacted, it wouldn't require an annexation to go to a referendum. What it says is referendum required for any development of annexed land. What that means is that before any land could develop, if it was part of a previous annexation that was more than 30 acres, it would have to go to a referendum. What that means is that if somebody in TID 7 wants to put up a convenience store, that would have to go to a referendum. If somebody in TID 2 wanted to build a single family home, that would have to go to a referendum. All because it's development of land that was included, that was annexed in an annexation that was more than 30 acres. Okay. Our memo lays out all the reasons why that's illegal. You can't have land development approvals decided by popular vote. There are rules in place, some by the state, some ordinances of the village, all of which are law that have to be followed when a development proposal is made. So for that reason, we're suggesting that you definitely don't want this ordinance in place because you're gonna end up being sued by anybody who you deny a building permit for because it hasn't gone to a referendum, or by somebody who thinks that you should be requiring a referendum before issuing that building permit.
And that is why you recommend no action on this item. All right. We have the recommendation of no action, and I would, yes.
Would it be possible to provide the memo to the public?
The memo is confidential because it's privileged under the attorney-client privilege. That privilege belongs to the board. So if the board decides it wants to waive that privilege and release the memo, it can do that by a majority vote.
So I
don't have any objection to you doing that. These are the same arguments that we're going to make in court if we're sued by these people who are going to saying they're going to sue us for not enacting the ordinance.
Okay. So let's start with the release of the memo. Do we want?
I'll make a motion.
We have two motions.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to release the memo. And I think that's a great idea. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The memo will be released to the public. And with that, I would say that we won't be taking action on the item based on the information that we received from our attorneys.
Any trustee could make a motion if they want to, but if no motion is made, then it would die.
Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I know that was a tough decision. All right. We will then be moving to general appearances. Item 9, and we have a number of them. So we will start going. Can you stay? Can you leave? Well, I'm going to stand for some of these. As a woman who had a hip replacement 2 weeks ago, this is a long time to sit. So I'm going to stand for a while. We're going to go through these general appearances. And hopefully, if you've already heard your points made, be kind to the audience and don't spend a lot of time repeating everything that's been said. With that, I will begin with Joe Whitney.
Good evening. My name is Joe Whitney, Han Township of Vienna, Han Road. My address is probably in the form too. So good evening. My name is Joe Whitney. I'm a local farmer and business owner. I'm born and raised in Wisconsin, graduated from UW La Crosse, and have grown food locally for the last 3 years here in this area, Dane County especially. To the president and to the village board members, I appreciate the opportunity to express why I believe this project should be considered. Let me explain why. The main topic I would like to emphasize this evening is the financial impacts of the project. I believe that the project has great potential to change the local community for the better. To achieve that potential, I encourage board members to require QTS to meet certain standards, to put in place safeguards to protect local community members from potential issues that might arise. Much of what I'm referring to has been discussed already in the pre-annexation agreement, which I support. The financial impacts of this project are immense. QTS has stated plans of $12 billion project on 1,600 acres, which we've all talked about tonight. There'd be estimates of the tax revenue that would go towards Dane County, the village of DeForest, and the local school systems. The project has estimated 5,000 construction jobs, several hundred permanent jobs, up to 700. And furthermore, QTS has stated there'll be a $50 million community investment across Dane County, and also partnerships with UW-Madison for research and workforce training. This is how we grow and develop for generations to come. I truly believe this is an opportunity for real progress in our community, especially funding teachers, schools, and the youth. Lastly, why I think it's a great economic opportunity is because one of our largest energy producers in Wisconsin is involved, Alliant. QTS's partnership with Alliant Energy is a key aspect in this decision. QTS has committed to investing in Alliant to help them push for more cleaner and sustainable sources of energy. This will not only be mutually beneficial for both QTS and Alliant, but also for all residents of Wisconsin. We can produce energy right here in Wisconsin and do it in a sustainable way. The proposed agreement will be facilitated by the sale of renewable energy credits from approximately 750 megawatts of new renewable energy. This is clean and sustainable energy, and I believe QTS can help us achieve that progress that we need for our electric grid. The money for all of Wisconsin, this saves money for all Wisconsin residents and reduces the reliance on fossil fuel imports. Currently, 72% of our energy is created by fossil fuel. 72%. Wisconsin has about 50 fossil fuel plants that use 4 billion gallons of water per day. This is severely damaging our water sources unnecessarily. On top of that, Wisconsin has imports. We import all of our energy because we do not have a source for fossil fuel here in Wisconsin. It's all shipped in. Alliant has already stated that they plan.
Excuse me, your time has expired. Thank you.
I just want to remind people, if you have written statements, you can submit them to Callie and they will be submitted to the record and to the board. Rebecca Sentowski. And then after Rebecca is Pete Snyder.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Lark Santowski. I am not a resident of DeForest, but I pay taxes here for the school district. I live out in Leeds Center. I graduated from this high school. My parents graduated from this high school. I'm fifth generation to be on a farm that's in the Empire Prairie. Vienna, Westport, North Leeds, South Leeds, Leeds Center. Look it up. Know your history. The Empire Prairie was named such for the state of New York, the Empire State. And the settlers named this prairie that because of the quality of the land. We always want to build and we need to prosper and we need to go forward. But at what point do we say 1,600 acres for one project is okay? I'm going to talk about the water. We don't want another Aaron Brockovich here. QTS may say that this is a closed loop system. What are the chemicals they're using inside of that closed loop system to stop the pipes from eroding? I was going to close with this, and I have a statement, but I'm not going to read the whole thing because you're all tired. We've heard most of it already tonight. But instead, I think I will close right now, in the essence of time, with a reminder of the full rotary four-way test. Anybody here know it? I see one head shaking. Everybody should know it. You should have it printed, hanging on your office wall or your home bathroom wall. Good reading. It goes like this. That was meant to be funny. The full rotary four-way test created in 1932 has four parts. And oh, by the way, I worked for Walgreens for 34 years, back when it was a good company. It's crap now. But this hung on my wall every single day, and it was part of our mantra as a corporation, as Mr. Walgreens directed us to use. And I still use it. I'm closing today with it. Number one, is it the truth? Number two, is it fair to all concerned? Number three, will it build goodwill and better friendships? Will this project build goodwill and better projects? Fourth and last, and really important, will it be beneficial to all concerned? If we can't answer yes to each one of these questions for any project or decision that you as a board member will make, this is not the right time to do this for the community.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
That's good.
Thank you.
Timing. Thank you for your time, board.
Pete Snyder. And then after Pete is Scott Watson.
Hello, President Wolf Graham and trustees. My name is Pete Snyder, and I'm a resident of Sun Prairie. I want to start out by saying I appreciate how carefully the board has approached the QTS proposal so far. This is a significant decision and deserves thorough review, not rush approval or automatic rejection. I mean, speaking in support of continuing the annexation and zoning process for QTS with strong enforced conditions, not because the project is perfect, but because I believe DeForest can shape it responsibly. Data centers are not speculative developments. QTS is a national operator with facilities across the country, many of them in communities like ours. The facilities generate a high value tax base with minimal daily traffic, no residential strain, and long-term predictability. I'd like to make a comment about the referendum. I am one of the landowners selling my land to QTS Data Center, so I have a vested interest in this project proceeding. But I wouldn't support it if I didn't trust that the project will bring tremendous benefit to DeForest and the region. I understand that for some people, the project represents unknown. Understandably, change can be hard and creates a lot of questions. That's why this process is so important, so those questions can be answered. But I want to make sure that the board understands that this project represents economic opportunity. My family would not be able to have our land valued at the same amount if not for the data center. As a private landowner, I believe that it's my right to take advantage of opportunities like this, which is why I'm concerned about the petition to force projects like this to go to a referendum vote. The ordinance change would go far beyond just determining local developments. Instead, it would allow the public to dictate private matters. I'm concerned that if it passes, its impacts will be much greater than we may think now, and at that point, it may be too late to reverse the course. Instead, I encourage the board to continue protocol and process that we rely on projects like these. The community deserves to have its voice heard and to be confident that through the review process, safeguards and legal binding commitments will be made to ensure community benefits. That can be done through public engagement, not public votes that jeopardize private matters. I respect that some of the residents may oppose the project outright, but I ask the board to distinguish between opposition to growth and responsible management of growth. DeForest has always grown deliberately. This is a chance to continue that tradition while strengthening the village's tax base in a way that minimizes residential burden. I urge the board to continue its rigorous review and consideration of the process for the annexation and rezoning to demand strong conditions and let the facts, data, and enforceable agreements guide the final decision. Thank you for your time and service to the village.
Thank you. Scott Watson.
All right. I'm Scott Watson. I am a longtime Dane County resident. Been here 61 years. I am a resident out of Madison, but I am talking like the other ones about the economic development on this, what this would propose to myself being a county resident and a lot of workers that I do work with. This is a great opportunity. I heard one gentleman talk about possibly his kid doesn't know what to do for a career or something like that, what to work out. Well, the trades are one thing. The union trades, they provide a substantial, sustainable wages and benefits that they can do. We have second, third year apprentices that are actually buying their own homes, first time home buyers. So, you know, these guys are starting out, it's a 4-year program. They're starting out $28 an hour plus full benefits, medical and everything. These are a career. It's not a hobby. It's nothing. They're sustainable jobs. They're local jobs. This project is one in a lifetime coming to these areas. I hate seeing when projects like these end up being shut down. I understand people's concern, but we do have stuff in place. You have the DNR, you have everything else. You guys have a tough decision. Your constituents should believe in the decisions that you're going to make for this community. They elected you to do that. So I feel it's your duty, you know, to use your best judgment and make those decisions. But back to it with the thing, like I said, I represent these, there's a lot of individuals that can benefit from this. Our organizations, we give second chance to people that come out of incarceration where no one else would offer them the opportunity for employment, giving them a living job, a wage, a job, a career, something to move to change their lives, better their families. And these projects would do it. It's going to be up to a 4-year project. These individuals will go in with and get the training free. We provide it. Our members pay for our future workers. It doesn't cost taxpayers nothing. They can work on this project from the beginning to the end. This project is going to create up to 5,000 jobs through all trades. Just imagine the economic impact it's going to have once it's completed to the community and to the other areas. You look at Dane County right now, 33 million in the hole. I'm in the city of Madison. I see my taxes going way up, services dropping. Here's an opportunity for the people of DeForest to have that, not to be into that thing where I'm at. This is a good opportunity for local workers, local contractors, and they're promising it's going to be done. They're going to, I don't know all the, what do you want to say, technical stuff. That's stuff for the energy companies and QTS talked about that. But my thing is labor. We need to provide labor training for the younger generations that they can get a career, have sustainable jobs that can provide for their family and everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mitchell Johnson and then Noel Gallagher. Okay. Are you Noel?
I'm Noel Gallagher. My address is on the form.
Thank you.
I'm here speaking today in support of the QTS data center, which would create thousands of jobs for construction workers. As a longtime member of Labor's Local 464, I know how important projects like this data center are. These are not just short, disposable opportunities. Projects like this add up to a career and provide years of work for union members like me. I've been a member of Labor's Local 464 for 25 years. I can't tell you how many different job sites I've worked on, but I can tell you how many times I worried about my next job site or where my next paycheck was coming from. I can also tell you how many times I worried about providing for my family. Not just the basics, but making sure my kids had opportunities. And those opportunities aren't free. A project like QTS won't take me to retirement, but it'll provide a solid chunk of work for me and my union brothers and sisters. That steady work is what matters. It's possible for us to support our families. That's why I've chosen to speak publicly today in support of QTS's facility. I want to be clear. The benefits of this data center are real and personal to many of us in the area. This isn't just about a construction job. It's about the continued livelihood of working families in our community. From a union perspective, this is exactly the kind of project we should support. Data centers are built with union labor, which means good wages and a skilled workforce. Please remember that supporting QTS's data center means supporting local jobs, local families, and a strong future for our workforce. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, Sherry Stotch. Johnson supporting. Sherry Stotch. I don't know. If not, the next person is Macy Bueller.
Hello, my name is Macy Bueller. You have both of my addresses. I have lived here for over 29 years. And about 10 years ago, I was in front of the board building my business. So I'm an employer in the area. I have raised 2 sons in the area. I've been very involved with the community. And in the last 5 years, I've been super involved in advocating for small businesses. And I'm just going to share a little bit as a business owner. So 10 years ago, I was here and you guys approved my plans. And the next year, I even won the Best New Business by Chamber of Commerce. I put my whole livelihood, my retirement, my home into my business. That is my future. And if it fails, I'll be in the poorhouse and work till I'm 90 or till I die. I built a place for families and children. I own a childcare center. I built a place where teachers could come and raise their own children and just feel supported. I am a teacher trainer in my background, as well as teaching myself. I am also an apprenticeship site. I also work with future students who go on to be in the care fields, in the teaching fields, lots of different apprenticeship opportunities are available to people outside of the trades. My heart, my soul, my life's passion is around the importance of early childhood and education. I'm going to implore you to stop the annexation, to really just put the brakes on this. I have been approached by other small business owners, moms who want to move here because DeForest is wonderful. They have literally stopped me and said, Macy, what is going on? Why? What will they gain? And I understand it's money, but we're going to lose community. This is going to harm us in the long run. I strongly advocate for you guys to follow what you had promised and what you had planned. We don't need to annex more of this farmland and water. This is like a watershed area. This is a huge concern to people who are talking to me about our future as a community. It will not be a safe place to raise children. It will not. There are already concerns before this about things that we took out of our water and what that means to children. I implore you to stop the annexation, to stop. I understand jobs. Believe me, my sons are in the trades. I get it. I just don't know why, if you look historically, we are trusting Blackstone. Why are we trusting them to do the right thing? That is not what we're seeing. That is not what we're seeing. And that's what people are talking.
Excuse me, Macy, your time is expired. Thank you.
I have more in here, but I will just submit that. Thank you.
All right, Stephen McDonald, and then Dilnoza Griffiths for Sean. Stephen McDonald. All right, then Dilnoza for Sean.
My name is Dilnoza Griffiths. My address is on the form. Sean submitted. He couldn't be here today. Board members, on January 5th.
Louder. Thank you.
Board members, on January 5th, I emailed all of you a comparison about Epic in Verona. Hopefully you had a chance to read it. For those here at the meeting, what it amounts to is that with $1.36 billion of assessed value, Epic pays a tax bill of $22.5 million. The city of Verona receives $5.68 million of that, with the school, county, and Madison College receiving the rest. I reviewed a random property in the city of Verona to see what that did to the taxes on that house. The home I looked at was assessed in 2003 at $219,000, with a total tax bill of $5,000. Due to re-evaluations in 2025, that house is now assessed at $489,000, with a total tax bill of a little over $8,000. The numbers being given out for the QTS project are similar to Epic, $1.2 billion in assessed value over 4 years. That would result in tax payments to all taxing jurisdictions totaling approximately $20 million, just like Epic. As you can see from Verona's numbers, it did not result in a significant savings to the resident. Their taxes went up from $5,000 to $8,000. If you allow this project to happen, there will be additional expenses that will occur that will offset any benefit from the increase in assessed value. There will be additional costs for road maintenance, public works, fire protection, water, sewer, and many other pet projects that come up. I would not be surprised to see you use the money from this to fund the Bucky's Interstate interchange improvements. Once phase 1 is completed in 5 to 10 years, you will be scrambling to come up with increases in net new construction. Your percentages of net new construction will decrease as your assessed value grows. QTS has admitted that Alliant cannot currently provide them the power they need for phase 2. I doubt it ever will. In 10 years, when phase 1 is complete, most of this village board will be gone. A lot of the staff will change, but we will be stuck with this for the rest of our lives. Then a new village board will have to clean up the mess. Is that what you want for our community? Thank you.
All right, Tricia for Laura Morrison.
Hi again. Hello again. I'm Tricia Bulkey. I am speaking on behalf of Laura Morrison, a DeForest resident. Her address is listed on the form. I am out of town this evening, so I prepared this statement in advance to be read at tonight's meeting. I am opposed to this project and ask you to consider the following as you proceed. First, I respect the enormity of the decision at your feet. The need to strike the right balance of economic growth for a viable financial future for DeForest is a difficult task. This is an unprecedented project for this community, and it deserves deliberate and careful consideration. Second, I urge the board to look beyond the promises of revenues and financial investments proposed for this project. The money being promised is only a fraction of the profits QTS is projected to make. Our abundance of natural resources and the ability to upscale them cuts their operating costs significantly while we bear the risk. Once these resources have been compromised or depleted, no amount of fines or court settlements will restore them. These centers are largely unregulated, so much so that the state of Wisconsin is getting involved. There is no harm in slowing the project pace to work toward common regulations to ensure the best possible outcome. Third, I am concerned with the pace that technology changes. What is cutting edge today might be obsolete in 6 months to a year. The way a data center looks and operates can be completely different at that time. It is wise to invest such significant funds for a future that is certain to change. Fourth, the residents deserve to have a say in the project this complex and contrary to the village's zoning plan. While there have been designated open houses and meetings for public comment, not everyone can meet during those times, and silence does not equal approval. There is a petition before you requesting an ordinance change that would take this matter to a village-wide vote. I urge you to approve this change or at least delay any further discussions about the data center and let this request go to referendum. I would personally like to see a committee formed of village administration, residents, county leaders, environmental advocates, etc., who would work together to create fact sheets for residents to educate themselves on this topic. A balanced approach where we work together as a community for the best outcome and then let the residents decide. Lastly, I am disheartened to see the willingness of DeForest to continue to consider this proposal. Our neighbors in Vienna held meetings and their residents spoke clearly. The Vienna Town Board voted down a significant amount of money to stop this data center. Where is the cooperation from DeForest? Where is the respect for Vienna's decision? We should be standing with our neighbors, not against them. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Lori Richard, and then Emily Kaltenberg.
Hello. This is my first time speaking, and I've had to alter my speech because everyone else has said everything I wanted to say. But anyway, I wanted to come tonight. I'm Lori Richard.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Lori Richard. I live on Flambeau Parkway in DeForest. I've been a resident for over 14 years. My husband and I moved here from the north side of Madison. We wanted a more safe. We wanted a safe community, and we wanted a community with more of a rural feel. As a result of us moving there, my 3 kids, their spouses, and now, excuse me, 8 of my grandchildren live in this community. So I have a vested interest in the DeForest area. I understand the opportunity for work for this QTS project, but I also have a concern as a grandmother and as a mother and as a community member. I have a concern of the natural resources that happen. Where I live, right in my backyard is Little Lake Mendota. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's this beautiful body of water. It's a little lake that flows into the Yahara watershed, which then flows into Cherokee, which flows into Lake Monona and Mendota and Kegonsa. So whatever we do here will have an impact not only on DeForest, but also Dane County and the rest of the state. So I implore you to please think about the natural resources that could be impacted by a project of this magnitude. I'm concerned about the water. I have a real concern about that. We have eagles, we have egrets, we have cranes that are routinely nest in our area and over by where the QTS site is going to be. I think it's really important for us to keep those natural resources, which makes our community very special. So with that in mind, that's all I have to say. So thank you for your time, and thank you for all of your attention tonight.
Emily Kaltenberg, and then Melinda Murphy. Okay.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Femray, reading for Emily Kaltenberg. She would be able to read it much better than I. To the Village of DeForest Board, I am requesting that my letter be read because I am unfortunately unable to be here in person to address you with my concerns related to the QTS project. I am a Town of Vienna resident. The completion of this project directly impacts my home, my resources, and my family. The location of this proposed data center will greatly impact all residents in the area. However, it will impact those of us in Vienna more so due to our proximity to the location. My family had already made it clear to the town board members of Vienna that we are not in favor of the data center. We were genuinely concerned regarding the resources needed to support something of this nature and how that would impact the resources we have. Examples: air quality, water quality and quantity, electric grid stability and availability, etc. The town of Vienna decided to say no as they listened to their constituents, as there is a large number of us that oppose this with similar concerns. I am not in favor of this annexation nor the building of this data center. I am rightfully upset that this is being entertained, as the town of Vienna and their constituents spoke clearly that this is not something we want. I have minimal recourse and zero representation by the Village of DeForest because I do not live in DeForest. This village board does not represent me nor many Vienna residents. Our voices are not being considered as there is no political ramifications. We cannot sign petitions, do recalls, or vote you in, out, etc. I do not consent to an entity making decisions that directly impacts me when I do not have representation. Many of us in Vienna feel very strongly that we are not being heard and we are not being represented because we do not live within the Village of DeForest. To conclude, I am asking the board to be mindful that their decisions impact people they do and do not represent. I implore the village board to speak to Vienna residents outside of their regular constituents to hear their voice. Our representation matters as this decision directly impacts our well-being and our resources. More importantly, speak to the town of Vienna board because they listened to their constituents and they voted in accordance of those they represent. Sincerely, Emily Kaltenberg, a very concerned Vienna resident.
Thank you. Melinda Murphy. She's on Zoom. Okay. Melinda, can you raise your hand? You ready? Okay,
Can you hear me?
we can hear you.
Great. My name is Melinda Murphy. I'm a homeowner and resident of Windsor. You have my address on the form. Tonight, I'm going to speak about the potential risks to the village finances from QTS annexation. Again, my name is Melinda Murphy. I'm a lawyer and a resident of Windsor, and I'm here because this decision is too important to rush. The proposed 1,600-acre annexation for a proposed QTS data center is being pushed on projections built on assumptions and verbal promises, not enforceable binding commitments. The $1.2 billion valuation depends on future phases that may never happen. And if they don't, the financial risk lands squarely on the village and its residents. Any promised mill rate relief could be quickly erased by the real costs: new roads, utilities, public services, and increased emergency response. At the same time, pulling value out of existing tax increment districts could undermine projects that current residents and local businesses are counting on. And once annexation happens, it's permanent. There's no reversing it. I urge the board to slow this process down, ask the hard questions, and demand firm, enforceable, binding commitments before making an irreversible decision. DeForest residents and the neighbors who share its future deserve leadership based on facts, not promises or hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth McKenna and Lydia Reed is speaking for her. Lydia Reed. So maybe we've already had some of these. But he spoke. Yeah, but not. Okay, well then we'll go on. Did he speak? Oh. All right, James Clocher. And then we have another one for Delosa on behalf of Randy Griffins. Okay, is James Clocher here? Okay.
Hello, my name is Jim Kelcher. I live on Flywheel Circle in DeForest. I want to touch base on something a little bit different than what some of the other people have been talking about. And I want to talk about more community. In the last year, we obviously have seen a recall in DeForest. The community right now is divided. The community spoke out very loudly on that recall. Because of that, we have a new board member. I want to make sure we're still listening to the community. A lot of us feel unheard, disrespected, the same as people did because of which led to the Landgraf recall. I want to make sure we come together as a community. My wife and I moved here to start our family because of the community, because of the nature, because of the trails. And I feel like this QTS does not speak the same, does not lend to that. I'm afraid that the fracturing that this could cause would be much worse than what happened with fluoride or anything else. I don't know that we would come back from it as a community. That instability that the board, I'm afraid, knee-jerk election after election would change hands, would make the entire community unstable. That instability would not only lend to the board, it would lend to the village, down to the schools, which are obviously very important to me with my daughter in school. I'm asking that before we proceed with any kind of annexation, that we make sure that all reasonable questions have been answered and that all contingencies have been addressed. QTS has said over and over again, they want to be part of our community. If that's true, I think they'll wait for us to make the right decision for DeForest. Even if this decision ends up being that the board decides is right for this community or for this village, it may not be at this time the right thing for the community. And DeForest has nothing without its community. Please work to restore the community, not divide it more. Thank you.
Phil Noza or Randy Griffith.
My name is Delosa Griffiths. I'm speaking for my spouse who had to stay home with children today. So, hello, board members. My name is Randy Griffiths, the forum's resident. My address is on the forum. One of the key elements of making residents feel assured that all the issues and concerns of our residents are addressed is that the village use education and neutral sources of expertise in helping us navigate the critical topics of this annexation. We find it concerning that the village has chosen the firm of Von Bryson and Roper to assist with the data center evaluation. Their role has primarily been focused on navigating the legal and municipal aspects of these developments, including zoning standards, property tax assessments, and annexation issues for municipalities who, over the objections of their residents, pushed forward to approve the data center. A case in point is Port Washington, where they provided to the city legal guidance on large-scale development and annexation agreements to help make that expansion possible. The fact that after significant opposition to the data center, the city of Port Washington still moved forward indicates a lack of transparency, as well as examining the negative impacts of the development. Hiring a more neutral firm which would assist in evaluating and guiding the village through the concept of the proposed annexation would indicate a willingness to look at both sides of the issue rather than simply to seek to, it would appear, its acceptance. Thank you.
Thank you. Bernard Coxhead.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Bernard Coxhead. I'm a 30-year resident of DeForest. I've been before your board many times. Tonight, I want to be clear that I wholeheartedly support residents' efforts to call for a referendum on a project with this level of community impact. However, a referendum by itself is not enough to protect the public's interest. If it asks to do so without full pre-decisional transparency, unlike major project actions taken in the community, such as Buc-ee's and fluoride issues, pin seekers, and unchecked TIF and TID borrowing, this proposal involves long-term, irreversible commitments that extend well beyond the single vote. The village has not been fully transparent. And the public has been led to believe that the issue of trust rests mostly with the developer, when in fact, trust must be shared obligation between the developer, the village's elected officials, and village staff. A project of this magnitude must or should not be left to trust alone, nor should the public be asked to vote in the dark with a clear, enforceable without a pre-project agreement that is disclosed before approval and not negotiated behind closed doors in executive session. Just as important, the public needs an open debate, one where no one can hide behind process, lawyers, or 3-minute two-way mirror speeches that allow officials to speak without being questioned. Attached is a proposed document designed to protect the public interest for duration of the project. I urge residents to support not only a referendum, but a full and open debate of the issues with the elected president. I challenge you, Madam President, so decisions are made transparently and accountable before the community is locked into consequences it did not meaningfully evaluate. I'd like to associate with the lawyer from Windsor comments and your attorney. The devil's in the detail. Without a detailed, enforceable, mandatory pre-development agreement contract, this is an albatross that will destroy this village. You need a pre-development agreement that protects everyone. And it has to be transparent before the decisions are made. It can't be done in executive session. It can't be done by lawyers agreeing. It has to be done by us. The people of the village of DeForest are asking for that. They're just asking to be part of this. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Bernard. All right, we have Beth Storch on fluoride. And then after that, we have Beth Storch on the data center. Beth, I called you on both your topics, so you can just be here once. Yes.
Thank you. Beth Stork, 616 Jefferson Street, DeForest. As you heard, I'm here to talk about fluoride and also the data center. This past fall, you heard from many residents asking you to reinstate fluoridating our drinking water. At the November 4th board meeting, a motion was passed to generate a report regarding issues surrounding fluoridating our water was passed. However, the date for when this report would be completed was not part of the motion. Since that meeting, the ongoing discussions about the data center have been front and center, as they should be. But I'm asking the board to put fluoridating our water back on the agenda next month. While the entire report may not be completed by then, an update on the progress of compiling the information and a date for when it will be completed should be addressed. I do not want fluoridating our drinking water and the health of our residents to fall through the cracks as we address the concerns about the data center. We need to work on both. Now for the data center. I'm not going to read what I wrote because it's not necessary right now. What happened here tonight? I know that several of you campaigned on transparent, open, and honest communication. I was told that for me to be involved and to know what was happening in this community, I should go to the website. And by God, I did that. I spent over an hour trying to find, where do I find this report? And where do I find these minutes? And I did. And then I found the packet for tonight's meeting. But there was no memo. Now, there's legal reasons for that. But that is not transparency. That doesn't promote open and honest communication. And then there's the comment being made of us and their lawyers. Well, gee, doesn't that sound like us working together as one? That's us against them. Is that really what you want to be telling the community right now? When you had such a large vocal appearance of residents coming and staying and expressing their views. They want to trust you. And you blew it tonight. Think outside the box from going on. Think about how you can work with the residents. Don't pit yourself against us. We are not the enemy. The enemy might be the data center. And a couple last things to think about, and these I did write down. The amount of money that QTS is throwing at us is a bribe. And bribes are not good. And second, if it's too good to be true, it is. Thank you.
Renola Svoboda. Okay. And after her, Nancy Roth.
Okay, I'm Renola Swoboda. I'm a resident of DeForest. My address is on the form. So I'll amend my statement a little bit, so bear with me because I don't want to keep us here longer than we need to be. But fun fact, I'm also a citizen of the United States. I say this because I wasn't always. Once I lived in a place where people didn't have a voice and things were done to them and not for them. People did not have a say in how their lives changed and how things changed around them. They could not protect their children and their futures in many ways. Any concerns they had fell on deaf ears. Leaders were blinded by corruption, greed, and doing what's best for them. There were no routes to speak one's mind safely. There were no routes to get in front of people like you who were open and able to listen and who are part of a greater process. That is one of the many reasons why I left where I lived and now come to the United States and have become a naturalized citizen. Now I live in DeForest, a town that was very lovingly chosen for the way of life that it inspires. It's changing very fast. We're building condos and more homes with only one grocery store and barely enough infrastructure support, but I'm hopeful. We ask for a pool for many years, nothing, but I'm still hopeful. With QTS, I'm not hopeful. These are little examples, petty, compared to the QTS data center. They are examples of differing opinions and what our community wants, be it pool or pickleball court. As divided as we can be, one thing on little things, the populace overwhelming majority are unified. We're strong, unwavering, clear, and cemented in one sentiment. We do not want a data center. The reasons you hear tonight from everyone are my reasons too. Whatever assumed and projected benefits for the community are at best a guess and no comfort to infrastructure that cannot support this. Who will want to move here and fill those many homes, and how many will stay if this is approved? Who will want to live and deal with the fallout of a gamble to the environment, health, utility, and beyond that could come from this? I want to be very clear when I say, as a voice you've not heard from before, we don't want a data center in the village. We would like to vote as a community and clearly show you this if there is an opportunity to do so. Please do better than where I came from. Listen to your citizens, put any differences aside and just hear what we are saying and pleading for. Do this for who voted for you, for yourself as a reminder of why you took this office, and for our children's future and community well-being. Thank you for your time.
Someone left a pen on the table.
It looks nice. There's gonna go to.
It's been here forever.
You need a pen.
My name is Nancy Roth, and I have lived in the Vienna area for 40 years on 7625 Bonetti Road, Dane. On December 23rd, I finally received the answers to those famous 100 questions that I sent to QTS. You've seen them, I think. Tag Greason also copied those answers to Jane and to Bill and to Alex. Since then, I have analyzed the questions, answers, and shared my thoughts in emails to the other 6 of you. For the public record, here is a brief synopsis of what I learned. QTS confirms that they were invited into the area by Alliant Energy. They admit they started conversation about building here as early as late 2024, but QTS did not provide exact dates or the names of the individuals they negotiated with. Repeatedly, QTS states they picked this location specifically for its power, connectivity, and skilled workforce. All three of these factors are available without annexation to DeForest. QTS states that when Vienna refused to amend the comprehensive plan that Vienna had been working on for over 2 years, immediately, QTS opened negotiations with someone in the village of DeForest. Quote, "These delays and decisions presented a challenge to our project's feasibility." QTS openly admits that they cannot accept delays. This annexation request is not about your infrastructure. It is about the speed of the project. In their choice of words, QTS admits there will be a great number of negative effects on our environment and community. About a dozen times, QTS explains they will have to mitigate negative impacts. The most outrageous offer of mitigation is this response to my question about agricultural land. We will be, quote, "supporting agricultural programs and preserving farmland elsewhere so we can maintain your region's farming heritage." Let that sink in. They say they will mitigate our loss by supporting farmland somewhere else. It is also clear in QTS's choice of words that they are asking the village of DeForest to annex 16 acres of Vienna for a project that is, quote, "only a concept." I counted the frequency of the use of words that I call hedge phrases. Quotes like, "we might hire," "it is a concept," "it is a potential phase 2," "if blasting might occur." These phrases occur in QTS's responses over 43 times. QTS.
I'm sorry, Nancy.
Shoot.
Your time has expired.
Please say the last one. Please, please.
I'm sorry. You can submit it.
The last one.
Someone else was ready to claim it.
I would post it on Engage.
Brian Goodman. And then Levy O'Brien.
Hi, Brian Goodman. I live in DeForest. Address is on the form. I'm here to oppose QTS, and we've all been here for a very long time. I'm not going to reiterate what everyone else has pretty much said, whether it be in person, here for months, probably in all of your inboxes via email. Instead, what I'd like to do is talk about just the showing of people that you all have seen here. Several of you have been on the board for a long time. So Jane, Jim, Colleen, have you all ever seen this many people show up to anything? We've seen pin seekers, we've seen the fluoride thing, but I don't think anybody's ever shown up in this kind of stature, right? So what I would say is I look at each and every one of you and say, why are you sitting in the chairs you're sitting in? It's because you're the voice of us, right? And as Al said, words mean things. Well, louder than words is the presence of people, especially wearing these stickers, right? Everyone that came here late talking about being in favor of QTS, are they residents here? Is it a short-term gain? Is it a long-term gain? We have to live with this stuff, right? So do you all. So I don't want to take too much time. Again, I was supposed to be home a few hours ago with a newborn. So we'll see how that works out when I get home. But probably watching. This is proof of life, I guess. Anyways, what I'm getting at is your vote matters. Okay. And I want you to think long and hard about which way you vote. If you were to vote yes for QTS, because the petition didn't go through, Although I would ask that maybe we could reword it in a way that makes the lawyer talk legit. Now, whether that means we have to hire our own, so be it. But if you vote yes, how many residents for Village of DeForest residents' lives will be drastically affected? And the answer is a lot, arguably everyone. But if you vote no, how many Village of DeForest residents are truly going to be impacted by that no vote? A handful, maybe 5 or less, people that have monetary gain. So the landowner, who else? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Levy O'Brien. And then after him is Elliot Long.
Well, thank you. My name is Levy O'Brien. I live at 509 Valley Drive. My wife and I have been here almost 30 years. We've raised 4 children in public schools here. I've studied watershed management, land use, and regional planning at UW Green Bay, and I have an understanding of what's at stake here. Data centers are being constructed with a no holds barred mentality all across the country. It's time we hit the pause button or the stop button to see if this proposed development is right for the community and if it's a vision for the future all of us have, or if this is a vision that just a few have. We don't know what kind of impact there will be with the initial draw of water used to start up the center. We don't know how the Yahara River will be impacted. In a way, the river is the heart of the village. DeForest sits on the headwaters of the river, which is also the major contributor to Lake Mendota. How will it affect the groundwater aquifer and the lake and stream levels of the watershed? We don't know for sure. We don't know the impact that this huge draw of water will have on the Cherokee Marsh and the wildlife. There are no federal or state laws regarding disclosure on the amount of water being used. I'm concerned about the quality of our drinking water that will be potentially affected due to leakage or intentional discharge from the center. We don't know what harmful chemicals may leach into the ground beneath the data center. I'm also concerned about the groundwater not being able to be replenished adequately when there'll be over 1,000 acres of hard surfaces that alter the way the water will be entering the streams and eventually into the groundwater aquifer. Additionally, the village sits just southwest of the proposed data center location, and the winds prevail from the northwest in the fall and winter. And the data center could affect the air quality, and this would flow directly to the village and could pose significant health issues. Economically, there appears to be little direct benefit to the community. Sure, there will be jobs created. MATC, UW-Madison, and the village of DeForest will get millions of dollars, as will former landowners, farmers selling their land. Costs to local residents for water and electricity are already going up and will likely increase due to the need to create infrastructure to support the project. But for the 10,000 people who live here, it is not known what the benefit will be. The larger questions remain. It seems clear that a significant contingent who live in DeForest do not agree with the vision of a community with a 1,600-acre data center. What is the rush? Why not hit the pause button or the stop button and take our time to review the environmental, cultural, emotional impact of this massive construction? This is a huge project, almost a quarter to a third of the size of DeForest itself at 1,600 acres when completed. It'll be the size of the Epic campus in Verona. Village, please, Village Board, please take action.
Your time has expired.
As the town of Vienna did to block the construction. Thank you.
Okay, Elliot Long. And after Elliot, we have Megan Harrier. While we're waiting for people, is Steve McDonald here? Mhm. All right, Winona, come forward.
All right, my name is Winona Storms. I am speaking on behalf of Megan Harrier, who is a DeForest resident, and her address is on the form. She asked me to speak because, as she says, I am disabled and had to leave the meeting because there was not a place for me to sit. I can only stand for short periods of time. Please note this for the record. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Steve McDonald? He doesn't want to speak again. Okay. Kimberly Zaccanerico? Please correct your last name. I'm sure I killed it.
All right, I'm Kimberly Zaccanino, and I'm a Village of DeForest resident, and on the paperwork, we've got my precise address. I am speaking to express my opposition to the proposed data center in the town of Vienna. The village's aquifer and water supply will be at risk by this project. The data center proposes to use 3 million gallons of water. QTS claims that the cooling for the data center is closed loop, but they have never described how heat will be rejected from this closed loop. Typically, the water in the closed loop rejects its heat to a second water loop, which is not closed. How much additional water will be required to reject this heat? Even if the primary loop is air-cooled, which seems unlikely as air is not as good a conductor of heat as water, the primary loop will require some makeup water. QTS has not shared any of these details as of yet. A village meeting in late 2025 had a presentation outlining needs for the village's water systems for the next 10 years, irregardless of QTS. The study mentions the need for additional wells and storage towers to support the growth of the area served by the water district. It is not known if the existing aquifer can support the proposed growth, let alone the demands of the data center. It is not known how water will be prioritized between residents and the data center. Finally, it is unknown what this increased water demand will have on existing wetlands and the Yahara River. There are also long-term and unintended consequences of the data center. This project could jeopardize DeForest's ability to expand. The town of Vienna could be so incensed by DeForest's actions to annex 1,600 acres all in one fell swoop that they could incorporate into a village. Windsor's already done it, just because of what a previous board did in years past. The roadmap's been laid, the law's been changed. This would leave DeForest landlocked by the villages of Windsor and Vienna with no room for expansion or revenue growth in the 30-year window. All of these issues and others should be thoroughly explored by the completion of an environmental impact study. This study will clearly investigate all potential effects that the data center project will have on the environment and our community. The village should hire a qualified firm to conduct the study. This firm should be hired and paid for by the village, not QTS. The proposed QTS data center is a massive project that would fundamentally transform the environment, our village, and its relationship with other communities. I strongly encourage this process gets slowed down in order to be properly assessed. Thank you for your time.
All right, Sarah Anthony, and then who's next? After Sarah is James Vander, I still can't say that name, Vander Weinelberg.
My name is Sarah Anthony. I'm a resident of the Village of DeForest. My address is on the form. I'm here tonight because of my concerns about the energy demand that this data center is going to pose and the impact it's going to have on our electrical grid. We don't, as far as I know, we haven't received any estimates from QTS as far as energy usage. Now, in their other data centers, they've used solar energy, but they're starting to make statements about bringing up small nuclear power plants. I'm not sure that we want that in this area or in the state of Wisconsin, and I strongly suggest the board start talking to QTS and find out what kind of agreement they've got with Alliant Energy. I heard mention that they're talking renewable energy. And frankly, nuclear energy is considered renewable energy. So before you vote on this, you need to know what we're talking as far as energy. The other thing that concerns me is the cost of this electrical power. I have a friend who lives down in the Phoenix area. Phoenix has become, has multiple data centers around it now. Their electric bill went from $160 a month up to $500 a month. That's a substantial increase. I'm not sure that the average resident can absorb that kind of increase, especially senior citizens who are on Social Security. We've already seen a significant raise in our property taxes. To have that continue and then have a rise in our electric bill to that extent in the next few years might cause senior citizens to end up losing their homes. So I want you to think long and hard about that potential when you're deciding whether to move forward with this data center or not. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Pillar Farfan Guzman. Is Pillar online? Pilar. We'll keep going while we wait, while you look for Pillar. Jared Dichter, is that you? Okay. Well, she had another topic. She wants the Village of DeForest to have more events and activities year-round, Easter egg hunts, and activities for all ages.
She sounds fun.
Yes.
Sounds fun. Jared Dichter, DeForest resident, address is on the form. I've lived here for almost 7 years. I am here to speak against QTS. A little bit about me real quick is I'm a dues paying union member. For 7 years, I sat on the board of my union. For 3 of those years, I was the chairman of the negotiating committee within that union. I've negotiated billion-dollar contracts. What you're being told and what you're being sold are different things. It's not always true. Your job sitting there is working for us, not working for the company that is selling you something. People behind me all have stickers on tonight. Raise a hand. Anybody? Stickers again? There were about 200 other people here tonight. You cannot tell me that you know what the majority of this village wants right now. You have a sample size that's pretty good. I understand that the language in the referendum piece was not legal enough. I encourage you to rewrite that language. Put it out for a vote. Prove us wrong that if you think you're in favor of this, prove us wrong that we're not. You're elected by us, not the other way around. Understand that and remember that when it comes time to vote. Thank you.
Rhonda Meinholz.
Hello again. I'm still Rhonda Meinholz and I still live in Vienna. One thing really quick. Thank you so much to the board members and the staff who are sitting here tonight several hours into this meeting and you are still giving us an opportunity to speak. We appreciate that. We appreciate not being limited to a certain amount of time for public comment. It is really important for a topic like this to be heard and make sure that everybody has a voice. That being said, I am so proud to be a part of an incredibly well-organized group of people who clearly is supporting the residents of this community and are not in support of the annexation or the data center. That is very clear. It's very clear we are well organized. It's very clear this community does not want this. I have two things for you. First and foremost, we have created a legal entity for ourselves, which is called No Data Center in DeForest, and it is an unincorporated association. We have our own EIN number, all of that established. Second, we have retained legal counsel to support us going forward. I have a 3-page document in front of me from our attorney, a statement from him, which he may or may not have sent to you earlier today. I don't have enough time in my speech to read it. Among other things, it is a list of concerns he has based on things that have happened up to date today regarding this project and not following procedures specifically. I have copies of all of those in front of me. I would like this to be a part of the public record, and I have enough copies for all of you. Thank you.
Trisha Bilkey.
My name is Trisha Bolke. I live in DeForest. I am speaking on behalf of myself this time, but I did enlist the help of Prescott Bulch, who was at your last board meeting and spoke to some of the financials. And I had concerns about the financial analysis, so I sent it to him and he sent this to me. Your financial impact presentation claims a potential reduction in individual property taxes of up to $1,220 per year. But it does so with the important caveat of if all other items are held constant. Sure, we'll grant that if you will add all the data center valuation to the tax rolls and skip the opportunity to increase the levy, then the residents will get a sizable reduction in their tax bills. But over the last several years, are there any instances where the village has neglected to take advantage of new construction to raise the levy? It appears we've always been at or near the max allowed by our net new construction. Every dollar in levy increase we take, we will erode that $1,220 savings. If you take half of it, the benefit to residents will be $610 a year. Take 3/4 of it, and we're down to $300. Shall we ask the community if they want a data center in their community in exchange for $600 or less per year? Are we chasing this project for the tax revenue or the tax savings? Your model implies for tax savings. Your actions imply for tax revenue. You can't have it both ways. DeForest has the highest, steadiest growth in the state of Wisconsin, 4.15% per year over the last 8 years. We're growing fast enough already, maybe even too fast. When you add $2 billion to our valuation, you will never again grow at 4%. You will get half that at least. The growth delta to inflation will erode the benefit we seem so desperate to grab now. The data center project is financially short-sighted. Slow and steady wins the financial race, and this project is a get-rich-quick scheme. It looks too good to be true, and it is.
Kelly Mack. After Kelly, we have Winona Storms again. I'm sorry. Okay. Winona, were you trying to speak again? Okay.
All right, once again, Winona Storms. I'm sure you guys are sick of me already. I live at 417 East Lincoln, DeForest, and I oppose the data center. So we've made it pretty late so far. You guys are exhausted. We're exhausted. Obviously, this is an important issue to a lot of us. And what we have left here, plus in the other room, and I think there might be a couple people still outside, it goes to show we really care about this. So first, I just want to state my disappointment that a larger venue was not found to use for this meeting, knowing, as I'm sure everyone in this room does, that this meeting would have a large turnout. Per Chapter 19, Subchapter 4 of Wisconsin Statute 19.81, 19.98, all meetings of state and local governmental bodies should be reasonably accessible to the public and open to all citizens at all times in rooms that are reasonably calculated to be large enough to accommodate all citizens who wish to attend. The Wisconsin Department of Justice, in their Open Meetings Law Compliance Guide, further states that the Open Meetings Law should be liberally construed to achieve its purposes, and the rule of liberal construction applies in all situations. The public interest about the data center is massive, and we need to find a meeting location that allows the majority who wish to be here in person to actually be inside the building. I myself was outside for an hour and a half into the meeting before I was finally able to make it inside per fire code. The data center is already drowning out residents' voices, and the construction and operations haven't even started yet, at least not legally with the approved permits anyway. We can't allow giant business to rush in, woo us, and sweep us off our feet, all for a few pretty words, several nice dinners, and a couple measly dollars that would go to the county and not even directly to our village. Once again, I am Winona Storms, and I oppose the data center. Thank you.
Daniel Jansen. After Daniel, we have James Vander Weinberg, if he's still here.
My name is Dan Jansen. I'm a resident of DeForest. I submit the following comments for the public record regarding communications by the village president related to the proposed QTS development obtained through an open records request. I also submit the records received from that request into the record of the meeting. On November 20th, 2025, a resident of DeForest emailed the village president seeking her perspective on whether her connection to Cahill Wolfgram Associates constituted a potential conflict of interest regarding the QTS development. As I understand it, the village president and her wife, Steve Wolfgram, are principals in that firm. On November 25th, 2025, the village president responded that no such conflict existed, stating, quote, "Neither of us has ever worked for or represented data centers or related finance companies," end quote, and that she had, quote, "remained neutral," end quote, on the topic of the QTS development. Village board members were copied, and the email was forwarded to village staff and notably to Brian Herlihy of QTS. Approximately 3 weeks earlier, on October 30th, the village president received an email from Jeff Green of QTS outlining the company's intent to pursue annexation to DeForest and including a one-page project summary. On October 31st, the village president sent 2 responses providing feedback, stating in one, quote, "Steve looked at this morning and we offer his comments and a couple of others," end quote. Among the feedback, she noted that, quote, "Calling this a Dane County project is inviting opposition from county board members, in parentheses, Patrick Miles, and staff, in parentheses, some are organizing a task force in opposition," end quote. She also advised QTS to maintain consistency in communications regarding cooling because, quote, "Lots of these folks are college educated and smart and looking for ways to question," end quote. One message concluded, quote, "Another note that came to my attention last night, a local newspaper editor, Roberta Bauman, lives in Vienna. Her reporter, Ethan Farrell, I find most reasonable, but she has claimed the story," end quote. These communications raise questions about whether the village president's claim neutrality aligns with her interactions with QTS. Wisconsin ethics standards emphasize disclosure of private interests. Recusal or impartiality may reasonably be questioned, and avoiding the appearance of impropriety. Residents reasonably expect that village leadership maintain an arm's length relationship with developers to protect accountability. Additionally, is this Steve referenced in the October 31st emails the village president's husband? If so, what's his role in this matter? The records include references to dinners involving Steve and QTS representatives and a tour provided to Steve by Brian Herlihy. Given these concerns and the strong public interest, I respectfully request the village board pause decisions related to the QTS development until the public receives written clarification on these matters. There are 3 other requests in this message that are in the packet for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Is James Vander Weilenberger here? How about Jonathan Braun?
Hello again, Jonathan Bronk, DeForest resident, and then my address is on the form. I'm speaking against the data center. Today we heard a financial impact assessment regarding the QTS development in an effort to understand what would be a quote net positive for DeForest. But what is considered a net positive? Is it financial? Is it environmental, quality of life? Will there be similar studies done to understand what the impacts to the environment would be or to the effect on the health, safety, and welfare of the community members and the community as a whole? Is there going to be a study on existing data centers and their impacts on the communities they are in? DeForest is the fastest growing community in the fastest growing county in Wisconsin, projected to grow to 17,500 by 2050. Tax base and jobs are not concerns. We will be fine without the center. For as rapidly as DeForest is growing, we need to be smart, sustainable, and strategic about how and where we develop. That's why we have a community comprehensive plan and zoning. When my family visits, they do not gush about all the land and its potential for development, or data centers, or how fast we are growing. They gush about our parks, our trails, and particularly the Yahara River Trail. They gush about the adjacency to family farms and the perfect blend our community has of small town with city amenities and natural spaces minutes away. I can hop on my bike and be trekking the country roads, taking in the agricultural landscape that help defines who we are. Is a data center the best use for 1,600 acres? According to our comp plan, it isn't. We need to adhere to that plan, which went through a rigorous design and community input process. It tells us how the community wants to grow and how we can do it efficiently while meeting the goals set forth by the community. We need to look at the long-term impacts to our community, not the short-term strings attached deals. Thank you.
Michael Castagno.
Say this time.
All right, good evening again. My name's Mike Castagno. I live in DeForest. My address is on the form. I know we're all tired here, so I'll try to keep this short. I don't know if you want to start the timer, who's ever. Oh, okay. So just listening to what Melinda said, hey, we want a contract. There's just a lot of red flags. What the individual mentioned before on the open records law, if there's any verbal agreements, they mean nothing with somebody like Blackstone. I'm not even gonna call them QTS. They're really Blackstone. That's what we're dealing with here. And so again, I mentioned before, we know private equity companies aren't the most altruistic. They buy companies, they load them with debt, they lay people off. That's just one example of a plethora of examples. And so I just think that raises concerns that there's no, environmental impacts and data centers. Like, you hear the joke. Nobody wants to live next to a prison, a wastewater facility, or a data center. That's an ongoing joke that's out there. And so you think, hey, DeForest has all this growth and people keep citing statistics. Will DeForest still have that growth with the data center? People might not want to move here with the data center, quite frankly. And I think you should, take that into consideration as well. I don't know. It's just, when I think about this, it's like we have to, somebody's like, oh, we've created a legal entity, we've hired an attorney, and then, with other things, words matter, they do, you didn't structure this right, but it's just disappointing that we're having to go to this level versus talking as a community that seems to be mostly against this. Sure, there's some people that are for it, small constituency for it, but that we have to go to this level to hide behind attorneys, to hide behind, things that there's a lot of opaqueness going on. And I don't know, I just find that very sad and kind of disappointing, quite overall. And it's just very, very disheartening that it seems to be all about the mighty dollar, which, somebody, a couple decades told me, don't get yourself confused. The US is all about money. And it just feels like we're just making some short-sighted decisions here that we really need to pause and think through. Blackstone wants this to go through quickly for a reason. There's a reason. They might say, hey, you have to make a decision board and you're in a difficult position. I get it. You by this point, or we're going to withdraw our application. I mean, they're probably pushing pretty hard here, and that's for a specific reason. And it's just like, I don't know, if you wake up and just look at yourself and say, is this who you want to be? Is this the decisions that you can live with? Maybe you can, maybe you can't. That's a decision you each have to make. Thank you.
Okay, that's the last speaker for the evening. No, you have, yeah, it's the last one. What were you saying? She's just pleading your case over here. All right. Number 10, communications. Check register was in your packet. Committee, commission, and board minutes were also in your packet. I don't have a report other than to remind you that we have an extensive process that we're going through with QTS and other projects as required by regulations and laws. So I would ask if there's any other business that lawfully comes before the board.
I just wanted to say, I know a lot of people have gone already. This is my third term on this village board, and I gotta tell you, I am humbled by the number of people that are getting involved and wanting to be heard. And I personally just want to say thank you, because that's what we are in DeForest. We're a family, and we should hear one another and engage respectfully. And I am so proud of how our meetings have progressed and how we've been able to sit and listen and hear each other and then still see each other and pick and save and still smile and say hi. So no matter what, just continue to remember that our children are watching us, and how we behave will instill in them how they should behave, not only at school, but in our community. So we are setting the stage. And I just want to say thank you for everyone who sat out here and everyone who was outside cold. I appreciate you and I thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other business? Yes, Brad?
I just wanted to make a comment that it seemed like a lot of people were confused when we moved on from the discussion about the petition. I just wanted to make it clear that I think we're trying to be transparent as a board up here, and that's why I think everybody here decided let's release this memo that we received so that it can be out there for everybody to look at about why we decided not to take action at this time, because there's a lot of things that opened my eyes when I read that, and I think I'm hoping all of you can see the same thing I'm seeing about this specific topic. So I'm guessing that'll be released to the Engage DeForest sites so everybody can review that. But I think we clearly heard the voices of everybody here and the amount of residents that have shown up. You know, when I ran for this position, I wanted more engagement on our surveys and everything else, and I think we got it. We're there. So thank you all.
Thank you. All right, with that, I'd entertain a motion to.
Question to adjourn. Quick question. Got to go to work.
Yes.
Just when are we going to release the memo? Is there a timeline on that?
We'll work tomorrow morning to get it on there. So.
All right.
Second.
Entertain a motion to adjourn.
We got a second.
Well, we got a second? Yeah. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. We're adjourned at 10:28.